Hey, what?
You okay?
And 3, 2, 1. Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
Not taped.
Are you gonna make him feel you? Is that what you're gonna do?
I'm gonna talk with my helmet today.
Unlike the Super Bowl, the Super Bowl halftime, this is live. Hot mic.
Do it live.
Make him feel you. Make him feel you.
What's up?
Oh, you know.
What's going on today?
Just sportsing.
What's going on with you guys?
Just over here sportsing.
Schultzy over there.
Good to see you guys.
He's in double.
It's today Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. Like, I don't know what day it is.
What?
My wife's leaving this week.
Yeah,
For
she
good?
is.
Finally?
No, going back for a bachelorette party.
So for good.
I guess, yeah.
Where's she going? Nashville?
No, Boston, Massachusetts. And actually, I think they're headed up to New Hampshire.
Just gonna go hang out with Squeezebox.
No, it's more like
Paulie.
a Hallmark movie Christmas, I think.
Hey,
is the
That's
theme.
what they tell you, Schultzy. Trust me.
Tell you what.
There's gonna be something in her face. I'm sorry, man.
I've-
It's the way those go. Gummy penises and little gummy penis like on the end of sticks and like penis hats and sorry, man.
I know her
Just-
best. I know her bestie, and I've already heard.
Sure,
the,
you keep telling yourself that.
No, the
Schultzy.
demands. She does not want any of the gummy phallus anythings.
Just keep
the
telling yourself
straws,
that.
none of that crap.
You ever been to a guy bachelor party where he's like, "Oh no, don't do that," and then anyone actually listened to him? luck.
I feel like girls are more willing to listen to their counterparts on this than us.
Nah, girls are just as depraved. They're just as
Soup,
disgusting.
just
they
let
just hide
him
it better.
let him believe what he wants to believe, okay?
You know what? I'm gonna.
Schultzy's
God.
over there. It's gonna be so wholesome. They'll be covered bridges, and they'll all dress like Han Solo, and they'll wear hats, and it'll be adorable.
Just let me stay in my bubble.
Sorry,
okay?
man. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very wholesome and
Very tame.
yeah, very tame. And at no point will anything be gyrating in her face. That's what's gonna happen.
Strip club?
I'm sure.
Rob, did you not hear how wholesome it's gonna be?
If they want to go
Well,
to one, that's great. My
strip
wife
clubs
and I,
are wholesome.
My wife and I have gone to a strip club together a couple of times.
There's nothing
so
wrong
that's
with a strip
no
club.
problem with that.
Yeah.
on.
Well,
Supporting,
yeah. See, like even Jordy's like, who cares?
Yeah, like come on.
Supporting single mothers everywhere. Come on.
I'd go to Chippendales. Like if we were
Whoa.
out, like it'd be like, hey, all right,
Hey-o.
you know, like go see what the heck's going on that night.
You
yeah.
struck me as more of a Thunder from Down Under man, but all right, I can handle
No,
Chippendales.
I need the Chris Farley Chippendales.
Yeah.
Dance.
I watched the thing on Patrick Swayze last night. I'm down with the Chippendales.
He mentioned the Hallmark movies.
Yeah.
You know how we talked about that in a club not too long ago?
See him every day when I come home. My dog watches him.
Dude, I watched one while I was sick.
You can't did it rope you in.
It was delightful.
Yeah, they really are.
So sweet.
And yet they really are, and quite frankly, they're even more predictable than you think.
Yes,
like that's the whole point.
Yeah,
is they want you.
you hear the formula like it can't
Well,
stick directly to the
No,
formula.
the formula is they want it predictable because
Yes.
they because people are so anxious during the holidays. They don't want to have to guess, and that makes them anxious. So they lay it all out for you. It's very obvious what's going to happen. And I thought maybe there would be a few twists and turns. Oh no! It's all laid out right in front of you, and it's just a delight.
Because I told you when I turn on, because I cut the cord, so when I turn on the TV, it goes to like Fuse TV or something, some sort of free service that my TV offers up, and the channel that it defaults to is the Hallmark channel. So I turn it on for my dog when I leave, at least once a week when I come home, and I sit down. I'm like, oh, he's a good boy. I find myself getting roped into 20 minutes or so, and I'm like, oh, look at this, and I say the same thing every time. That's delightful.
Yeah,
It's
wait till you've
great.
lost a whole Friday doing it. Like
Yeah.
me. It
I
does
can
happen.
see that. And then the next one comes on, and you're like, damn it, that was such an emotional journey. Can I do this again?
Yeah.
And then you got to go find something else. Like I don't know how you could watch multiple in a row.
That's when you go to a strip club later on to kind of balance it out.
You need a palate cleanser.
You
in
go to
there.
some sort of tube site, and it kind of,
I need
Just-
something naughty. Dang it.
Just great. Great stuff. Well, it's a big show. I don't often say that, as you guys know, but it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Lots to talk about. We got some Oregon State developments.
They got a new coach.
Well, and possibly a schedule,
Yeah. And a schedule.
which is, I guess that's a step in the right direction, right?
Yeah. I mean, those
The
are two
schedule-
things you need.
Well, the schedule may, depending on the rumors of some of the Power 5 teams to fill in, it might actually end up being a decent schedule.
So we'll get to that.
Yeah.
We got the college football playoff rankings today.
Yeah.
And Don Wakamatsu has returned.
The Wakamatsu's back.
Former Mariner and Hood River zone, we should mention.
Yeah, he's from Hood River.
Yeah.
Did you know? Have you seen where he's resurfaced?
No.
Schultze? Oh, it's great.
I haven't seen.
You haven't either?
No.
Oh,
How did Don Wakamatsu slip
back.
by us?
He is back. Our man is back.
First Asian American manager in the history of Major League Baseball.
Back, and
Oh.
we're gonna see how many times we can say Wakamatsu today.
Wakamatsu.
I remember we did that once. We had a Wakamatsu off, and it was fun. I thoroughly enjoyed that. But no, I did not see this.
Oh, you just don't look it up.
No, I just
Don't spoil it.
that can't necessarily be like headline news because I didn't see
It's
that
not.
once in anything.
It's not, but nothing gets by your noted newsman.
Well, all I know is the fact that an independent league baseball team is playing in Oakland was one of the headlines when you go to MLB.com and not Wakamatsu news. I think that lets you know where the Wakamatsu news is on the hierarchy of stories. Because if you've seen the A's, the independent team,
Yeah.
they're the Oakland Bees.
All right,
again,
fine. Okay,
I thought
stop.
that was clever.
I will reveal right now the Don Wakamatsu news.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hot Wakamatsu.
Are you ready?
Yeah. I think that's what Schulte's wife's going to be doing later on. You're going to go
They
get
call
herself
it the
a
hot
get a
Wakamatsu.
hot Wakamatsu.
He will be leading the Oakland Bees.
Is he
You didn't read the story.
I didn't read the story.
Don Wakamatsu
Oh, son of a gun.
is the new, I don't know if he's the manager or what.
The general manager, like, I think those independent teams, you're just in charge of everything.
He's the Bill Belichick of the Oakland
Yeah.
Bees.
How was that not the headline?
I don't know.
Wow. No, I did not read it. I just saw that I like the blurb. You get like 4 lines. I was like, oh, independent league, Oakland Bees. That's enjoyable. You know what? That's on me for not doing my due diligence and finding out the
So-
leader of men now, Don Wakamatsu.
I think the Oakland Bees are just a couple of fans that made the team.
Yes.
And then they can just go play independently.
Yeah, and they're
doing that because they're just so mad at the A's.
well, and there's no teams left in Oakland. They've
Well,
lost.
the A's are going to play there. So they're saying, F that. We're not going to that. We didn't go to it anyways. But we're going to create the Oakland Bees, and we're going to put Don Wakamatsu in charge, and more people will watch that than the A's.
I still can't believe
That's the story.
And I guess they're not set on playing it for the next couple years. They said that they're exploring options, but I can't imagine the attendance numbers over the next year or two at A's games, knowing that they're building a stadium in Vegas. I mean, could you?
Well, it can't get much worse.
I think it can. Can you get like 100 people to show up for a Major League Baseball game?
Why would they get 100?
I look, if I was in Oakland and tickets were like $4, why not? Like,
What if they up rates?
they jack it up for the Oakland Bees. I don't know. You telling me like if the Dodgers came to town or I don't know, like Ohtani, Red Sox, Yankees. No, I'm not saying that there's going to be 100 A's fans, but there's got to be a couple hundred Yankee, Red Sox, whatever fans that are willing to show up at the Coliseum and deal with some possums and some sewer.
Depends on who's on the team. I mean, if you've got a couple of guys,
No one's on the team.
Yeah, see, then no.
Bring back Scott Hatterberg.
Exactly. If you've got some names, if you got Man Ram trying to hit a home run at the age of 50, like I'll go
I gotta
see
tell
that.
ya, I could be in the Bay. The Royals could be playing at Oco against the A's.
You don't go.
I don't think I go.
Possum Fierce.
Well, my team sucks.
The Stray Cats?
And then their team sucks. And then it's in Oakland and the stadium sucks. Like, why would I go?
If I was in living or visiting,
No, visiting.
Yeah,
We don't live there.
I was gonna say, like, are you living there? Like, if I was visiting and the Mets were, I would 100% go to that game for $10.
Well, why did you just create a price? Like, what if they charge you $25?
That's tough. Can I sit anywhere I want for $25?
Nope, they got ushers that won't let you. They check your ticket.
Supposedly they do that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the A's
You
don't.
didn't buy that ticket, sir. You need to go where you're.
Is that not the most ridiculous thing, though, that the A's sell like 1,500 to 2,000 tickets, and they actually try to force people to sit in the seat that they bought?
Well, if I bought a ticket for more than you did,
Yeah,
I want you to sit in your stupid ticket.
yeah, there is one of those.
I want to sit in. I want you to sit in your stupid ticket seat.
So I'm not saying I've
Because I
done.
paid more than you. I deserve this view, not you.
I'm not saying that I've done this before, but I've done this before, and it won't work if they're checking. But the little if you're just on the road somewhere and you don't really care where you sit, right? I do this a lot. If I'm traveling, I always look and see if there's a baseball or a hockey game, something going on, and you grab one of those. I did this at Dodger Stadium, did it at Fenway. You just go on StubHub or SeatGeek, wherever you get your last second tickets, and you go like 10, 15 minutes before the ball game, and just look where there's a bunch of seats that aren't sold, decent seats. You're not going to get down into like the Diamond Club, like right behind home plate, but you can find good seats that are going for like $300-400. Find a group of like 4 of them 20 minutes before the game that aren't being sat in. Write down where those are at, buy your $20 ticket in the upper bowl, and then just go sit down in the unsold seat. And no one's the wiser. Done that many a time, and I've never had it fail. But I've also never.
It's a lot of planning just to save $20.
Oh, you save about $300.
Just to save $300.
Yeah, I'm gonna for a team that I don't really care
See,
about.
that's where I'm not going.
Oh, well.
I don't need to go through all this. I need to jump through hoops. It's the A's and Royals. Listen, I am willing to pay $5. If you will take my $5, I will go. If not, F off.
I do love that your idea of a hoop is looking at a seat that isn't sold and then writing down where it's at. Like that's
a lot.
That's the hoop. Section 115 has a row of 12 seats that no one's sitting in. And you make a mental note of that, and then you go buy your ticket.
Who cares? And then I got to get a train ticket over there. It's like,
you truly are a diehard sports fan.
Well, my team sucks.
That's true.
I'm just happy they won the World Series.
Yeah, that you spent a lot of money to go see them lose the year before.
I did, but hey, World Series, no, that's a different story. Now, if the Royals were good and they came through there, I might be enticed, but still, the stadium, I mean, come on, man. Might as well play in the parking lot. That'd be better.
I kind of like the idea of if I went
have like no fences like we did in T-ball.
Yeah, you hit it and keep rolling.
So if you gap one, you can run forever.
If I went to the Oakland Coliseum, I would want it to be as bad as humanly possible. I would be all for, that's the guy, I want the sewage pipe to burst. I want to see, and by the way, we're not kidding. The dugouts flood with raw sewage. There is an infestation of stray cats that apparently live like in the concourse.
And that's been going on since the 90s.
Yeah,
so.
And then I guess there is a bunch of possums that live in the interior of the Coliseum in the walls, to the point where last year the Mets weren't allowed to, like Ron Darling, it was and the Mets crew wasn't allowed to broadcast from the visiting booth because the possums were there and no one could figure out how to get them out. So they put him in a separate one, like out behind first base. They put him like in a luxury suite that wasn't being used because apparently you can't do your job when possums are sticking their head down through the ceiling, which still blows my mind that the A's can't figure out how to get rid of possums.
Well, that's an upgrade, luxury suite,
Yeah. Except there was like a pillar in the way, and so Darling had to keep leaning his head out to one side in order to see.
Aren't you supposed to just pick possums up by the back of their necks?
Well, yeah, or
like
by
coons?
by the tail.
Or by the tail,
yeah.
Okay.
And you just hang them, which is, I can't believe that a major league team, like you can't call that weird, remember there's that show on Discovery, that Wrangler guy, he's always going around, he's like the Steve Irwin of pests. Like you can't pay that guy like $500 to go get rid of some possums in the broadcast booth?
I got to save money.
You think the A's are? Yeah, you think the A's are spending money on anything?
Yeah, they don't care.
That was my favorite story last year. Is that the Mets were like they started the broadcast. If it looks a little different, we're not in our normal broadcasting booth. We've been moved over here, and then possums. Then they had like a shot of one of the possums like sticking its little head down through the roof, like, "Hey, what's up, everybody?" Like it's right there. Just reach up and grab it.
Well, yeah, Wakamatsu news.
Yeah.
Although we've kind of already gotten to it, so
yeah.
We spoiled. Well, put it this way, we didn't bury the lead.
No.
Today.
The Oakland B's, led by the great
Don Wakamatsu.
Don Wakamatsu, and that Schulte's wife may be getting a hot Wakamatsu very, very soon, somewhere in the Cape Cod area. So good luck with that.
All right, so let's get to our poll question. It's coming up next. It pertains to Oregon State and what they have going on today. It is 3:13 on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on The Fan.
Swings it out to Bucky.
Back. Let's get to going here with some hot sports. Enough about the A's and Wakamatsu and Hallmark movies.
It's the bees.
Oh,
Thank
sorry,
you.
the bees. I think that's clever, though.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Just for that very reason.
Yeah.
Calling them the bees
The
is great.
Oakland bees.
Poll question. At 1080 The Fan on X, it's brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling Family Business, helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Yesterday, we asked you, who is the best college football team in the country? And stunningly, Oregon won the poll.
Ah, wow. I wonder if that's bias at all.
45%.
You realize that team down in Georgia hasn't lost a game. Is it 30?
Is it 30 now?
It's 29-30, and they're going for 3 straight titles. So until someone beats those Bulldogs who last year
Pretty good.
was at 49-3, I'm going to go ahead and keep picking those
Who did they
guys.
play in the semi?
They beat down so TCU and Michigan, and Georgia beat Ohio State. That was the field goal that Ohio State had an opportunity to get them.
Oh, yeah.
It was I want to say it was
CJ Stroud.
I want to say it was like a 50-ish yarder,
That was a good game.
and he missed it. Otherwise, Georgia goes down. Had something to think about that one.
That might have been the championship in retrospect, you know.
Yeah, no
mean-
offense to TCU, but
Or Michigan. I mean,
that was the damnedest thing is that TCU beat Michigan. And by the way, I like if I remember correctly, I think TCU actually handled them. I
no,
don't,
it was close.
Was it close?
Well, I think they were up, and then Michigan came storming back. I think it was like, if I remember right, it was 48, 41-ish.
Okay, 51-45.
Yeah. It was close at the end.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was I doing? What were we doing?
Well, we were talking about the
Talking
poll. We were
sports.
talking about the poll, and then
Oh, yeah.
The biased
Oregon,
Oregon fans, yeah. Like me.
45%. Yep. Schulte, I guarantee he hit Oregon multiple times on this poll.
I went to 2 different X accounts and voted for Oregon.
Yeah.
Schulte wearing again double gear today.
Double Oregon gear.
He went double Mariner, and now he's leaning into double Oregon. Hat backwards too.
I need a haircut. So I have no hair smuts at home and I need to get a haircut. So I'm hiding this mop.
Georgia, 42%. Michigan, only 10%.
Yeah.
That team's really good.
Yeah, people are sleeping on
They
on
absolutely
Michigan.
are.
Yeah, Michigan's really damn good.
And then Washington is at 3%.
Well, no one believes in Washington except for maybe Washington. But even Washington fans, I don't think really believe. They're watching that thing with one, like the kind of the hand in
They're
front,
hoping.
watching through. Yeah, I mean that's all you have at
They're
this
hoping.
point is
But,
hope.
hey, they got a shot. I mean, they're teed up. You know.
Yeah, I mean
they got their chance.
everything you can want. Although I've also heard a Husky fan that's lamenting, unlike like Michigan doesn't have to see Ohio State again.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we beat you once, and now Washington. I have heard some Washington fan doing the what? Like this is out. Why do we have to play him again? We already beat him on the field.
Because your league is stupid, or maybe because the Big Ten's stupid.
Yeah,
And
because
they have division winners.
if it was the olden days, we'd get UW and Arizona would have won the South.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, I mean,
Did they play? They did.
Yeah,
Washington won down there, didn't
yeah.
they?
Washington had them pretty good, and then they fumbled late, and Arizona went down and scored and made it a 1-score game. But Washington controlled that game. But that was before Arizona had kind of hit their stride.
My Wildcats.
Yeah, but that under the old rules, that's what you would have gotten. You'd have what some people think is one of the 2 best teams in the country sitting at home right now,
Well, look,
not having a chance to play.
can't we just say that
This is the better way.
The idea, yes, it's far better to not have divisions and just go with the top 2 teams.
See, it
No
won't
one
have.
wants to watch Michigan play Iowa.
Well, I do because I can't get enough of Iowa.
I bet the over.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You fool.
It's going over.
I personally think that championship games are stupid. Like I just want to get rid of them.
Well, now that we've got a 12-team playoff, maybe we should.
We should. That we won't because we can sell it to Dr. Pepper and MetLife presents whatever.
I
And
like
so
the Dr. Pepper ads.
Have you noticed though the last?
I think they're great.
Well, they've done 2 NIL deals, big NIL deals, multi-million-dollar deals.
Who?
Dr. Pepper. We've only had NIL for 2 years, and there are 2 people that they hitched their wagon to. Do you remember who the first one was?
I have no idea who endorses them.
Oh.
I'm talking about the Bosworth Dr. Pepper ads.
Yeah, they have done 2 players. Dr. Pepper has made 2 college players, one each year,
Oh, yeah.
the face of their
Was
campaign.
Caleb Williams in one?
Caleb Williams was this year, didn't go so well.
There was one in there last year.
DJ.
Oh, he was?
Uh-huh.
Boy, I don't remember that one.
Not many people do because it did not go well. He got benched. So Dr. Pepper has given millions of dollars the last 2 seasons to DJ Uiagalelei and Caleb Williams to be the face of Dr. Pepper. One got benched, and the other one led his team to a 7-5 season. A 7-5 season.
I mean, you don't need players. You just need the boss and some creative. Like the play on on Crazy Tribal Fan is great.
Sure.
Like the one where the guy and the girl are breaking up and he hops on the bus and and they're yelling at each other about their teams.
Yeah, the rivals.
And he's like, she's like, we still have higher academic standards though.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
We've moved on. We out recruit you. Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah, but we have higher academic standards. It's a good bit.
I just think it's funny that the face of college football the last 2 years has kind of gone.
Well, college football is just not what it used. I mean, it's just different now.
Sure.
Everything's different.
So I just want to say, well, they like even in the Caleb Williams ones this year, one of the big spots they did is how Caleb Williams isn't superstitious. He's like, oh yeah, I'm on the cover of video games and I'm walking under a ladder, and how nothing bothers him. And the fans trying to tell him, be careful, don't tempt the gods. And then Caleb Williams went 7-5. So let's be interested to see who, because the Madden curse.
Year,
the Madden curse is
it's not all his fault.
No, but he ain't winning a Heisman Trophy again.
Blame Alex Grinch. See the bodacious stuff at the start of the year?
That worked.
Well, it didn't. I mean,
it didn't.
It worked or it didn't work. I don't know about that, but
he backed it up.
Yeah, now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Although you probably didn't really need it because he's like pretty much clearly going to win the Heisman.
I would think so. I mean, he's the 3 finalists for all the big player of the year awards are Penix, who's not going to win it. He's just not. And then it's Daniels and Nix. I would make the argument that if the Pac-12 title game and Penix comes out on top, and even if Penix has a big game, I don't think that he can win the Heisman. I think Nix can lose it, but I think Daniels will reach up and grab it.
Sports correction.
What?
Bryce Young last year. And that's true. DJ may have been in one. I don't remember it, but I remember Bryce Young being in one.
Well, then maybe it was then he's the one that succeeded. But DJ was the face of Dr. Pepper.
Was he?
Yeah, he was
Bryce
the first
Young,
one.
Young was in there.
Okay. Well, then he did not have a terrible year. They didn't win the national title, but at least he didn't. It didn't collapse.
Okay, today's poll question, very controversial and hard hitting. Some would say even shocking.
I'm waiting.
Just wanted to get you guys' attention.
Well, maybe I will say it's shocking, or I'll give it a 2 thumbs.
I don't know if it's shocking or not, but the question pertains to
not as shocking as a Wakamatsu.
Jonathan Smith. AAA Heating and Cooling poll question at 1080 The Fan on X. Today we're asking you, what word would you use to best describe Jonathan Smith? Okay, there are 4 words.
Okay. A lot of people in Beaver Nation really only need 4 letters to describe him.
Winner, coward, fraud, or meh.
None of those.
I'm toying with 3 of the 4.
It's not one of those.
He's not a coward to me.
Rational?
Winner, I'm toying with that. I'm toying with meh because, I don't think he's as good as everybody else thinks he is.
You're not buying all the hype.
And then fraud is interesting because of a clip that I want to play for you. I want to play this when we get back, though.
All right.
So he was introduced at Michigan State.
Yes.
And it's very interesting to me that yesterday when we were talking about this, fans are like, Jonathan Smith, it's just the way he handled it. Bleh.
Yeah.
And I get it. You're upset, but what would you like him to do different? Like this happens with every coach that leaves a program. It's all the same.
There's not a good way to end it.
There's nothing that they can do. They short of changing the recruiting calendar to where you just let coaches play out a season before they even talk to their agent seriously about another gig. Say you put recruiting in the transfer portal all the way into like after the Super Bowl, okay? And I know you can't do that because of the terms and everything in college, but I just mean, well, maybe you can't, I don't know. But move that out of the way so that if a coach is in a title race in his conference in November, he can stiff arm his agent and say, listen, man, I got to focus here. I really would look at some stuff, but let's not take my eye off the ball. I'll talk to you in December. But you can't do that now because the transfer portal just opened or it's just going to open, I think, Monday or
December
something.
4th, I think.
And so it's like, dude, all hell's breaking loose in recruiting. You can't
Nope.
You can't finish your business at one school and go to the next school. That's why these hires are happening sooner and sooner, and firings are happening quicker and quicker. So So I thought it was interesting that yesterday it was like, oh, he should have handled it better. Well, to me, he's been nothing but honest. And that's maybe so it's like I don't know which one you want. You want him to lie, because if he lies, and Damian Martinez said he lied, or he felt lied to, is what he said. Okay, well, you wanted him to tell you the truth. You would kill him if he lied, because of how, nobody likes a liar, and we'd be raking him over the coals.
You want him to tell you 6 weeks ago
Yes.
at Arizona that, guys, I'm really considering taking this job.
Is he supposed to sit you down and go, look, I'm out of here?
Honestly,
I don't know which one it is.
and I don't know how this would ever go over, but I would be fascinated to see. He knew 6 weeks ago that he was gone. He did.
It sure sounds like it. I'll play this clip next, but it sure sounds like that dude was sniffing around for a while.
But I'm asking, like, so they take that they lost, but so after the Arizona game, win or lose, whatever, Jonathan Smith and Michigan State are like, look, man, let's just get this done. You want me? I'm not interested in going down to the Mountain West thing. Let's get a deal done, right? Let's ink it.
That game, by the way, October 28th.
October 28th, right? So you got
now. Why do we target that game?
Well, that's supposedly when, right before that is when Michigan State supposedly made first contact.
Okay.
So going into the Arizona game, Jonathan Smith had already been contacted by Michigan State, or at least his agent had.
Okay.
And he apparently was one of their first choice.
They had
and
4 games after that.
4 games after.
And they beat Colorado, beat Stanford, and then lost to Washington and Oregon.
Okay, so they had 5 games when he was essentially, he knew.
And they went 2-3.
What would have happened had Jonathan Smith gone to Michigan State and said, if you want me, I need this done in a week? And Michigan State says, cool, I can get this done. And Jonathan Smith goes and says, look, for everyone's best interest, I am going to be honest. At the end of this year, I am taking the Michigan State job. So I know that we have a lot of unfinished business here. Everything is still before us. You guys deserve better. I am leaving right now, and I'm turning this over to coach, whoever, right? Maybe Trent Bray, right? And just says, look, for the sake of everyone, so Oregon State can start recruiting. They can name their coach. We can move on at Michigan State. I can get there and get an early look and evaluate my team. I can start my recruiting and all that. Would that have gone over well, or would we be raking Jonathan Smith over the coals for being a quitter and leaving mid-season? Because he didn't leave. He was clearly coaching, but you can't tell me that he had his eye on the ball because he had 1.5 feet out the door.
How do you think that goes over?
I actually think if I was a player, if I was a fan, I think I would appreciate that more than sticking around and doing, I'm not going to say it's a half-ass job, but you sure as hell weren't putting your all into it. I don't believe it. I don't think you can.
Well, I don't think you can, but I think you can try. In other words, there's nothing. What else can you do? Okay, so that's one option, what you just mentioned. That, even it's intriguing, but I think he gets raked over the coals either way.
Exactly.
And then the other one is just step away. Can you bow out?
Yeah.
Can you say, hey, Trent, you're up.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh didn't coach for 3 games for Michigan, or actually 5 games this year for Michigan. They won them all.
Yeah.
So can you do that? I don't know. Maybe that's better.
All things end badly or they wouldn't end. And so to me, if you know you're gone, and maybe that maybe that's silly because Michigan State, it takes a long time to finalize that. And I think, to me, if I was a player, I would appreciate him just saying, look, guys, I'm gone. You know I'm gone. I know I'm gone. So let's stop this charade. I'm going to turn it over and give Coach Bray a chance to show what he can do. And you deserve someone who has their full attention. To me, again, I'll go back to the divorce thing. I would rather my wife, I know I'm not married, I would rather my significant other, or am I?
It's not breaking news, dude.
I would rather, if my wife was planning on leaving me, I think I would rather her just come to me and be like, look, I'm going to go get a wakamatsu when I'm in Cape Cod. And I don't want to put on this charade that I'm going to a bachelorette party and it's going to be unwholesome when you know good and damn well what I'm going to go do. So let's just call it now. I think there's something to having that clean break.
That might be true. I would imagine that there's a lot of coaches who would not agree with you with that. In other words, they would not subject themselves to that, because then
you're going to get called a quitter.
And when things go wrong, people would be like, well, you're not going to be here anyway. It could really spiral out of your hands.
He's getting killed. Now getting called a quitter and a fraud and a liar.
I don't think he cares. And I'll play this clip coming up next. But, boy, I tell you, it's pretty telling. I think it's a pretty telling clip. And it's only like 45 seconds into who Jonathan Smith maybe really is, that we maybe overestimated him a little bit. So we'll get to that when we get back. Here's Schultze.
This is Pac-12 Championship Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, Kerry Eggers is reporting that the Oregon State Beavers will announce their plan to promote defensive coordinator Trent Bray to head coach later today. Former Utah State head coach, Matt Wells, and former Wisconsin head coach Paul Christ were also being considered. Yahoo Sports' Ross Dellinger saying the Beavers, Cougars, and the Mountain West close to finalizing their scheduling agreement for the 2024 season. Teams are going to play 7 conference games as well as either Oregon State or Washington State. The deal has an option to be extended to 2025. And elsewhere in the conference, the Washington Supreme Court ruling to keep a temporary restraining order in place over the Pac-12, which prevents Oregon State and Washington State from being the only voting board members for the time being. Oregon's Bo Nix, one of 3 finalists for the Walter Camp National Player of the Year Award. Also on the Maxwell Award and Davey O'Brien finalist award list. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain brings you big games on big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
This is your home for year-round NFL coverage. The Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines, such as
Next segment, we're moving on, and we will talk about Trent Bray. He is going to be the next Oregon State football coach.
Yeah, we're expecting an announcement. Could be whenever. Could be today. Could be tomorrow.
But real quick, on the subject of the poll question, Jonathan Smith, Beaver fans' ire toward Jonathan Smith. Listen to this clip. So this was him at Michigan State being introduced today. And I thought, I don't know, he never really says much. I think he tries to be honest. He certainly did a couple weeks ago on the radio when he came on and he said, look, he was asked about it, and he said, I have an agent.
And it's doing his job.
I'm paying him to do a job, and he's doing his, like that. I at the time, I was like, well, hey.
Yeah.
He just said, I'm trying to be honest.
But it also let everyone know, hey, between you and me, I'm gone.
Yeah, exactly. But again, the alternative to that is lie through your teeth and then look like a scumbag.
Sure.
So, and you're going to get killed either way. So
Pick your poison.
I think he's tried to be honest. And here is another bit of him being pretty damn honest with everybody at Michigan State today.
Not a major factor. Like I tried to describe it to
Sorry,
my
let me
team.
tee this up. He was asked about the Pac-12 situation and realignment and what's going on with the Beavers. How big of a factor was that in him leaving?
Not a major factor. Like I tried to describe it to my team. Look, the instability, conference realignment, all of this stuff. There was some brewing in me of the idea of going somewhere if the fit was right, and just being really selective on that. So, yeah, other opportunity here or there, wasn't interested. Just the more engaged in conversation with Michigan State, I got more and more excited about it. I do. Look, you know me, I'm a West Coast guy, and all that Pac-12 conference, the championship, I think it is kind of sad in general for that thing to blow up with the history of that place. I go back to where I was born and raised, going to Rose Bowl and Big Ten's playing the Pac-12 and all of that, but I'm genuinely excited to be a part of the Big Ten, part of this place. And so that excitement just grew on me.
Boy, so a little vague, but he basically said I was pretty much leaving no matter what.
Yeah.
And that, again, I guess points for honesty, but I think that just tells us once again that we were fooled by a coach, and it's shame on us because we always put them in the same box. We're like, they're always lying. They're always lying. They're all the same. They're all the same. They're all the same. And then we go, nope.
He's different.
Jonathan Smith's different. He's an Oregon State guy. Guess what? I think what the worst thing we've learned about Jonathan Smith over the last 48 hours is that he's just like all the other coaches. And we thought maybe he was different. He is not.
I still contend that if the Pac-12, the only part in there that I think he's being dishonest about is he did the a little bit. No, I think it played everything. If the Pac-12 doesn't collapse, I do not believe Jonathan Smith is at Michigan State right now. I don't. I think when
but none of that matters.
No.
What matters is the true colors are showing.
Yes.
And this guy is showing that, he wasn't all in at Oregon State long haul. He's a ladder climber coach, which a lot of them are.
When 99% of them are. When the Pac-12 collapsed and he said it, I was looking for I was looking for an out. And and maybe that out does come eventually, even if the Pac-12 hadn't folded. I just think that the idea of staring that down, despite what Oregon State is going to tell you about their schedule and funding and all that, it's not the same. It's just not. And I think Dickert was looking for his way out too. And unfortunately, Dickert, their season fell apart, and no one is interested.
I actually feel, I don't know. I feel like maybe now after listening to that little clip, he might have left. He said he just wanted to be selective about it. And then sometimes you do get courted, and then you're like, well, I wouldn't really go to Michigan State. And then you start to see the money. They're paying him, he's doing a 7-year deal, and he's starting at $7 million per season.
Yeah.
That's a significant raise.
I will say, though,
and he's going to the Big Ten.
Oregon State was going to get him there. And especially if the Pac-12 had stuck together, they could have matched that.
I just think he just exposed himself as a guy who wasn't going to be long at Oregon State no matter what.
Sure.
I think I was even a little fooled by him.
Well,
thinking he's Beaver guy.
When it's your school, it always feels worse. I mean, Oregon went through this in that, like Oregon, if you look over the last 20 years, Oregon is a top 15 program, and yet 2 coaches left for other jobs, and that stung. But even Oregon, when everyone says, "Oh, it's this great job," well, for 2 guys, it was a stepping stone job, and
But you could kind of see that with those guys. Though.
Yeah, but we should have seen it with Oregon State because Oregon
Should
State.
we?
Yeah,
I feel like we.
Oregon State and Washington State and Iowa State and those. Come
yeah,
on.
no, you mean the school. I just
The
meant with
school.
Jonathan Smith. I think with him, we thought maybe he was wired a little bit differently. It wouldn't be a fit at a lot of he's just like any other coach. He used Oregon State as his first job. He was familiar with that job. He did a good job there, and in 3 years he was out of there.
Yeah.
And that's you're right.
I'm just not as certain as you are that he would have left had the club.
Well, it may not have been this year, but it would have been soon.
Sure.
He wants that cake, bruh.
Well, and there's bigger and better opportunities.
Trent Bray is the new head coach of Oregon State. We'll talk about that next on The Fan. 326. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. We'll get to some texts coming up. Programming note, Dan Lanning, the Oregon football coach, will check in tomorrow since it's a short week. He will be on tomorrow, 4 o'clock, his normal time.
And we'll be chastising you for not making a choice to be healthy.
I'm interested to ask him about his takes on that.
It's a hot
being
take.
Sick is a choice.
It's a hot take.
I also, a texter just brought up an interesting question that I jotted down in my notes that I think I want to ask him about, and that is, he left Georgia. He had taken the Oregon job, but he coached the team in the championship game.
Yeah.
So, it's an interesting, maybe his perspective on how he handled that. And he wasn't the head coach. So
and he was a co-coordinator. But yeah, I mean.
But he was a big part of that defense.
Yeah.
I think his perspective on this is interesting.
Yeah, remember, I think it was Alabama where Kiffin left before the national title game. And then they ended up losing that game.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Trent Bray will be the new coach at Oregon State. Seems prudent. Every once in a while, there's just a man that, and everything points to him.
Yeah.
That was true of Chip at Oregon, And Trent, I don't know of anybody who doesn't know that program that didn't look right at him.
I mean, immediately every player basically on the team that was coming out.
They love him.
Yeah, I mean, there was a hashtag, play for Bray. And, it sounds like, Nemec tweeted out a story today that he wrote. Sounds like Damian Martinez is, if you believe him, Damian Martinez is like, dude, I'm coming back. Which is a huge deal.
Well, he said he likes Corvallis.
He likes Corvallis, loves Corvallis.
Yeah, we'll see.
He was the one that was putting out a lot of the Trent Bray stuff. So, knock on wood, if you're Oregon State, the best asset you have as far as the transfer portal, sounds like he's sticking around for another year.
So I forgot that Bray was the interim coach at Nebraska. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
So he went with Riley to Nebraska.
Yeah.
And when Riley left or got fired, Trent Bray was the interim head coach there.
How'd that go?
I don't know. I didn't look into that.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
But I'd forgotten he went to Nebraska, and then at that point he came back to Oregon State as linebackers coach, and then of course promoted to defensive coordinator. And now he's the head coach at the tender age of 41. Everybody likes him. He shot up the coaching ranks. I think he had a stop at Arizona State before Nebraska as well.
I think he was that was his first. He was a GA at Arizona State, and then ended up getting the job there at a linebackers coach, and then Oregon State, Nebraska, and back to Oregon State.
So he wouldn't have crossed paths with Lanning down there, would he have? Arizona State?
I'll look.
He's a little older.
I'll look. I don't think so, because that would have been. I'm looking here.
Lanning would have been like 12 years old.
Well, Lanning, you said the tender age. Isn't Lanning 30?
Lanning's 37.
37?
Yeah, Lanning's 37, Bray's 41.
Yeah. So, boy, they're getting younger and younger. But like I said, I think
that's what you want.
That's the trend, is you get
players,
a guy.
Coaches.
Yeah, players, coaches, and
players
guys that
like
can
him.
outwork everybody.
We were, Schultze and I were sitting there talking before the show, and he was like, can you imagine Charlie Wise recruiting today?
Oh, jeez.
Like I don't know, it's just a different game, and you need these young, energetic, more relatable, more flashy coaches that can sit down and wow kids more than the old heavy-handed guy who's like, you're gonna do it my way.
I had Lavelle Edwards. You want to talk about like the least?
There's a lot of those.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. Norm Chow was was essentially our head coach, who also was not the most friendly dude in the world.
It's just different now.
It is different. By the way, they missed each other by a year.
Really?
Yeah. So
they would have been coaching on the same. You mean in 2011?
So
Arizona State.
Bray was there from just the 1 year, 2010, 2011, and then he moved to Oregon State the year after. And so the year he left, the next year, Lanning was a GA at Arizona State, and then. So yeah, Lanning was only at Arizona State for 2 years, but yeah, they missed each other by a year.
I don't know if you guys saw the report, but Arkansas is considering Texas A&M OC Bobby Petrino.
No, they hired him.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, they brought him back.
Well, that is crazy, because as we were talking about, just another name. Can you imagine Bobby Petrino going to sit in some kid's living room? I mean, is he actually going to do that, or is he going to hire somebody to go handle that part of it?
The OC though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are still some dinosaurs out there, and it's just because you're old doesn't mean you can't recruit. I'm just saying it just kind of feels, with NIL and the way things have changed, it just feels different. The young, energetic Lannings, Brays, I just feel like you're in better hands there than you are with some of these other older, more set in their ways guys.
Well, I definitely think they're being phased out a little bit.
They certainly are.
But, to be fair, it's supposedly one of the great recruiters of all time is the oldest and fuddiest of all coaches, and that's Nick Saban. But Saban knows how to sell.
Things are changing, though.
Yeah.
I don't know how long he'll be around, man.
We'll see, but he, we saw his recruiting pitch during COVID, and that guy can still get kids to come play.
Well, and he's also, I mean, come on, how many rings does he have?
Exactly.
It's like that's
Well, and that's going to be. I mean,
try
Kirby,
being that guy without the resume. That's the
Exactly.
part. That's
Yeah.
the hard part.
Yeah. But hey, Saban built that. But yeah, a lot of those guys, the Les Miles and Ed Ogerons, although Ed's kind of a dynamic guy, but yeah, it definitely is going to a younger, more energetic people that want to outwork you. You have to be, in order to be a head coach in today's game, or even a coordinator. I just think you have to be an obsessive guy that's willing to put in the 18-hour days.
Well, and juice, you got to have juice, man.
Yeah.
Kind of like, Lanning has juice in a sense that he's just kind of seems like not only a good football coach and intense, but cool.
Yeah.
Right? Like just he's a cool dude. Like I want to go hang with that guy. I want to have a beer with that guy.
Well,
and Bray's got a little bit of that too.
Yeah, you always say, or you hear it, that when you walk into a living room, and it sounds bad, but you want the wife to be with you and you want the husband to want to hang out with you. You're right. Like that's the sort of guy.
You want the wife to want to bang you.
Yes. And the husband wants to go have a beer.
And the husband to want to bang. I mean, have a beer with you.
Have a beer with you.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
So hopefully it's a good hire, but we're expecting something official shortly. All right, text coming up. And who is sealed as the Pac-12 all-time leaders? A quick segment on that as well. It's 3:58 on the Fan.
Atlanta is a
1080.
Going.
The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hey, catch the SEC championship game this weekend on Coin 6. Georgia takes on Alabama. It's a fitting end to the current division era of SEC football. Kickoff is Saturday, 1 p.m. on Coin 6.
2 juicy games and 2 not so much, because Oregon UW, everyone's geeked for it, although a lot of people don't think that's going to be a great game. Obviously, Vegas doesn't think so, but Georgia and Bama, that's by far the most intriguing game as far as, you know, who's going to win and the implications, because I think you can make a strong case with Georgia's background. If they lose a close one, you know, Georgia's going to sit there and scream from the mountaintops, why the hell aren't we in? Which, by the way, I don't think that's what you want if you're Oregon.
See, we were just talking about this before the show. I think if Georgia loses to Alabama, they're not in. Because I think the 4 teams that are in are going to be conference champions. And if you can scream all you want, I get it. Georgia, you're damn good. You won back-to-back titles, but you got to win your league.
Actually, you don't, because we've seen multiple teams not win their league.
This year, you do have to win your league because Texas is going to be worthy if they beat Oklahoma State. The Oregon-Washington winner is going to be worthy if whoever wins that game. That's 2 spots. If Florida State wins, there's another Power 5 champion that is worthy because they're undefeated. Yeah. And then, oh, by the way, the Big Ten champ. So it's a numbers game. If you do not win your conference championship, you are not going to that tournament.
I am not 100% certain that the Pac-12 or the Big 12 would get in over it, but I'll be intrigued.
You wait, what? You think Georgia would go?
If Georgia loses a field goal game to Alabama, I'm not certain that they don't still get in. Ooh. Even over a Pac-12 one-loss Oregon, they wouldn't get in over undefeated Florida State. They wouldn't get in over undefeated UW. But a one-loss Texas champ and a one-loss Oregon champ. Now, I think Oregon is safer than Texas is. Oregon's above Texas, and their win over UW would be much better than Texas's win over Oklahoma State. But I'm just not writing off Georgia if they lose a close game to Alabama.
They're revealing the college football playoff rankings as we speak. So we'll keep you posted on that. Here in a second, we'll get where Oregon lands.
And I do think that matters a little bit in that, you know, Texas, the fact that Texas is behind Oregon is a big deal, in my opinion. Because, you know, you look at it, and when you look at resumes, they're still saying that Oregon is better than Texas. And the win over Washington would be much better than the win over Oklahoma State. So that's the one thing I don't think there's a way that Texas can leap Oregon if both win.
Couple of texts on the Vancouver Ford text line. Coaches are coaches. You can't trust them. I don't believe that Jonathan Smith would have stayed if the league was still together. That's from our friend John Bertrand. Another one says, I'll never understand why people get criticized for going to a better, higher paying job.
Yeah, and I
agree with you.
There is an element to that. Someone was like, I don't remember if it was on Twitter or maybe it was on the text, but someone goes, and you know, the Damian Martinez saying that he felt lied to. Like, I think Jonathan Smith was going to go home and tell his wife that he wasn't taking the better job that they wanted because he felt like his running back was going to be upset. Like, it's just, right. I mean, it stinks. It stinks, but this is the nature of the beast. And I would also like to point out, for everyone that bitches and moans about NIL and they don't like this, have you seen the transfer portal already and the players that are getting into this thing? I mean,
who's the best player in there? I haven't. I've seen a few quarterbacks, but
yeah, like, well, I mean, I guess all the Michigan State quarterbacks are jumping in.
Well, yeah, the one kid's from Oregon, right?
Yeah,
and he said Smith didn't recruit him, or no, he's from Portland.
Yeah, he's from Portland. He's from West Lynn.
What's his name?
Sam Levitt.
Sam Levitt. Yeah.
Yep.
And he went to Michigan State, and he is now transferring because when Jonathan Smith got the job, he's like, F that guy. That guy didn't even recruit me. I was in his own backyard.
Yeah. But they, the Purdue receiver, Deion Burks, is a big-time Notre Dame, one of their better receivers. He's bolting out of there already. I mean, they are saying that by the time this is done, who was it? One of the was it Van Dyke? I think Miami is in there.
Oh, is he transferring?
He's transferring.
He can sling it a little bit, can he?
Yeah, he can sling it a little bit. He was having a really good year at Miami before everything kind of went south. Baylor's quarterback is in there, and he's a 3 or 4 year starter. I think USC has had a couple guys. The
Baylor guys transferred like 18 times, though.
The Texas A&M quarterback, Max Johnson, who was having a nice year before he got hurt.
He was a high-level recruit. Wasn't he like 5 stars?
Yeah, he was a 5-star kid. So he's entered the portal.
Oregon 5th in the rankings, by the way.
Yeah. So again, I feel like
And that's to be expected.
it's
Is
to be the
how
only
the cookie
the only one that would scare me.
crumbled this last weekend.
The only one that would scare me is the notion of a very, very close. If FSU wins, they're in undefeated. And if Oregon wins by a sliver against UW and Georgia loses by a sliver, I still can see them looking at that and being like, no, like we're still putting Georgia in because it's freaking Georgia. But for everyone that's always critical of the NIL and all this, and I keep hearing people saying I hate the way college football is going, the only reason you hate it now is because players can do what coaches have been doing forever. So you don't like it when coaches from smaller programs, no offense to Oregon State, smaller program, or Boise State or Washington State or whoever, we hate it that coaches use those to get better jobs. Why is that any different than a running back or a quarterback? If you go to a place, if you go to WSU or you go to, I don't know, Toledo, and you end up having a great year or two, why shouldn't you then turn around and make more money and play for a better team with more resources? But we expect the players to have loyalty, but we've never expected it from coaches. So anyone saying that they don't like the way college football is going, I don't know.
You know how people are. They don't like change.
That's hypocritical.
Well, but people just are bristly at change. Like I don't. It's just human nature, you know. It's the same thing with the Jonathan Smith thing. It's like you're upset already because the Pac-12 situation and what's going on at Oregon State. So you just it's human nature to instantly lash out and blame someone and point fingers.
Sure.
And many times it is often irrational.
Yeah.
And I think that's somewhat true of the changing landscape in college football. People just, you know, they just don't like things changing.
It bums me out that the small schools have become feeder programs for the bigger schools. That does bum me out. But again, unless you force coaches to stick around and you force ADs to stick around, then I'm all for the play. And by the way, the players still aren't getting paid. This is the other one. Indiana just paid their coach $20 million.
Tom Allen. The great.
Have you seen that Indiana basically has no football NIL? Like,
no way.
Yeah, but they can pay their coach $20 million to go away. So even the idea, teams aren't paying players. Players aren't getting paid. Outside entities are giving players money. The schools still don't give them crap. Well, as far as a dime.
Could I point out something else?
Yeah.
We have such short memories. College football has been the most imbalanced sport of all of the sports forever.
Yes.
It's no different.
Yeah. Just now it's a little more
it's just no different.
Yeah, it's changed in how the rich keep getting richer, but it's not any different.
Yeah. I mean, there's never been parity ever.
No, and there won't be.
All right.
By the way, did you listen if someone was bringing up like basically every quarterback now. The transfer portal is going to be like 70% quarterbacks. Did you see Did you hear Cam Ward when he was asked?
Oh, no, he was asked about it?
Yeah.
He's not in the portal yet, is he?
He will be.
But he's not in there yet.
He's not in there yet. Yeah. I have not seen
I read
the announcement.
Where Brock Heward said, he went on Seattle radio and he said Cam Ward has no less than $10 million NIL offers already.
Yes.
And one of them is from Washington.
God. They asked, Schultze, will you go? Will you pull it? I can send it to you if you want. We'll get
Pull it, Schultze.
Do it. He was up there after the Apple Cup wearing his Washington State Letterman jacket and all that. And someone asked him about it. And let's just say, the Jonathan Smith answer of I have an agent. Cam Ward gave the player equivalent of that. He gave a long rambling answer, and at no point did he say, I'm coming back to Washington State. So
why would he come back?
Cam Ward, he gone.
Again, there's another one. It's like, just say.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why would you would you dance around that?
Or
just jump in the portal.
Yeah, I guess the idea of if you change your mind or whatever, don't back yourself into a corner, but he's good as gone. And wouldn't that be something if Washington or Oregon ends up getting Cam Ward?
Well, he's going to be one of the top quarterbacks in there.
Yes.
That guy's damn good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I could totally see him going to Washington.
Yeah. It would just be a little awkward.
Why?
Just kind of.
Was it awkward having Bo Nix? No, he's a Heisman.
Yeah, there's a slight difference between Bo Nix although Bo Nix's first game was against Oregon.
Well, what if it's Cam Ward and Aiden Childs at Washington and Oregon next year? God, talk about another stab to the gut.
That's what I'm saying. That's the part of this that I don't like.
You're an old man.
Well, but no, I am a free market guy, and I'm glad the players can do it. But I, unlike you, have a heart, and I feel for the little guy. I feel for those programs.
Well, but those programs have always been behind the 8 ball. You just gotta be sharp. You gotta adapt.
It used to be harder for those schools to get screwed over. Now it's quite easy.
I'm a fan. Let's go. Let's get Aiden Childs where he needs to be. Okay.
Well,
You're wasting away down there.
Well, Michigan State needs a bunch of quarterbacks, so maybe you'll end up heading out there and being green.
All right. Well, I have a little segment. I looked this up while I was sick because I had nothing to do after the Hallmark movie ended.
Thought maybe watch some Real Housewives or.
So I looked up. I was just, I don't know what I saw. I saw a stat of I was watching one of the games and they were talking about the all-time passing leaders in the Pac-12. And I thought, well, wait a minute. The Pac-12's over.
Yeah.
We can put a bow on who the actual Pac-12 all-time leaders
in everything
will be. And so I have a list. I went through the stats.
It's underwhelming, isn't it?
1, 2, 3. Yes, very.
Okay.
And I'll see if you can get. I bet you can't guess many of them.
All right, let's go.
But
Well, we'll come back.
we'll have that next. I've got. Let's see. 3. I'm counting. This is live on air counting.
I feel pretty good. I bet you I can get you some. I bet you I can get you most of the quarterbacks running. The receivers I might struggle with.
I have 14 or 15 all-time
categories?
stat categories for you.
You got to find guys that were good, but not good enough to go to the NFL.
So we'll get to that next. 416 on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
This goes all the way back to like the Pac-8.
Pac-8, yeah.
So these numbers are since 1956.
Mm-hmm. Although, it may continue because maybe they rebrand it.
True.
Oh, and maybe it just stays the Pac. So
Yeah, that's true. But we all know that
it kind of
it's over.
Yeah.
As we know it. Okay, so see how many you can guess. Who is the career passing leader?
I'm going to go Jake Browning.
It is Luke Falk of
Washington State fame.
Of my Washington State Cougars.
Where's Browning on that list?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask that.
Okay.
I don't have.
You just went with the leaders?
Yeah.
Okay.
Career passer rating, minimum 325 completions.
Passer rating. I will go with, God, I don't know. Like, who was the most efficient guy? Maybe it's Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
There you go.
All-time Pac-12 leader.
I was trying to think through. I'm like, don't outthink the room. Dude's completing like 80% of his passes.
Career completion percentage.
Bo
Since
Nix.
you mentioned, minimum 875 attempts. Now, I will tell you that Bo Nix is not, he doesn't have that many attempts.
Doesn't have the attempts.
He does not qualify.
Okay, so let's go through.
68% is the number.
So this doesn't necessarily have to be someone that played all 4 years.
Nope.
Because it's just a completion percentage.
This one surprised me.
I will go.
But he was good. I mean, I guess.
Yeah,
He's king transfer. He's still playing. I don't know where he is now, but
Really?
yeah, he's still out there.
God, who's the?
I think he's still out there. Maybe I'm
JT
wrong.
Daniels. I don't know.
Close. Keaton Slovis.
Oh yeah. Well, he's at BYU. He's battling the.
Oh, he
Huckin-
is.
He was battling the Huckin Hebrew.
Why did I think he was at Pittsburgh?
Well, he was at Pitt.
Okay.
Yeah, he bounced around, but yeah, he was the BYU quarterback. And then like he got hurt, and then they both suck, so it doesn't matter.
Now this one hurts. Most interceptions ever thrown.
Derek Anderson.
Close. He's number 2. Eric Wilhelm, our dear friend. Career rushing leader, Pac-12 all time. This is an interesting one. Damn good.
Interesting. I'll go with like LaMichael James.
Royce Freeman.
Duckback.
Career rushing yards per attempt. This number is crazy, by the way. There's 2 guys. They tied. Their average rush yards per attempt, 7.3.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the best Pac-12 back I ever saw in person. And he only played the 1 year.
Yeah.
And he ran for like a gajillion yards against us.
Yeah.
And he terrified me.
Yeah.
Corey Dillon.
Oh, Corey Dillon.
Javid
Javid Best.
Oh, okay.
Remember
Cal.
him?
Yep.
And Reggie Bush.
Javid Best got one of the worst concussions you will ever see in your life. He got Trent Green. And you're like, oh, and he's dead. No, we played Corey Dillon my freshman year at BYU, and he was really, 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 really good. Him and Sean Alexander, probably the 2 best college players I ever saw that I played against.
Career total touchdowns. Rushing, passing,
Oh.
defensive.
All right. Well, it's going to be a quarterback.
It's not a quarterback.
Well, yeah, because it's, I guess they don't count that.
Rushing, receiving.
It'd be the guy that they threw the ball
Most
to.
of these are rushing, though.
Most of those are rushing, huh?
This guy, yeah.
Christian McCaffrey.
Good guess. Royce Freeman.
Oh, there you go. Freeman again. Well, you forget how good Royce Freeman
Yeah.
was.
And he was good for a long time.
Yeah.
Career receiving leader, all-time, Pac-12. This one you'll never get.
Yards or receptions?
This is yards.
Yards. I'll never
You
get
gotta
it.
go way back.
Okay, then
Well, not way back, but
yeah, like 80s.
Troy Walters.
Oh, Stanford, right?
Yeah. Do you remember him?
Kind of, sort of. I mean, when you said the name, I was like, yeah, Stanford, but
He's the career receiving leader in the Pac-12.
Gosh,
That seems weird.
I would have never gotten that.
Career receiving tutties.
Career receiving tutties.
He has 2 tutties.
2 tutties. Oh gosh. Is it obscure like Troy Walters? Or is it someone?
No, he was pretty good. Played at well, I don't want to tell you where he played. He played at USC. So pick a USC receiver.
Mike Williams, Steve Smith,
Dwayne Jarrett.
One of the same.
See what I
era.
mean? Like,
yeah.
it's really random.
Yeah.
Total tackles. This is an interesting one.
Total tackles.
This guy was awesome, but you may not guess him.
Malaluga.
Eric Kendricks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, UCLA.
Total sacks.
Suggs.
No, that was a good guess. This is our only UW entry here.
UW entry, not Chorak, is it?
Haoli Kakaha.
Oh, again, not getting him.
Total sacks. Most interceptions in Pac-12 history.
Most interceptions.
Am I bugging you, Ron?
You're not. Chuck Cecil.
Really?
Yeah.
Arizona's Chuck Cecil,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Old school.
Old school. Headhunter.
Career pick sixes. There's a guy who had 5 pick sixes.
5 pick sixes.
All-time Pac-12 leaders.
McDuffie.
Delta O'Neal.
Okay. Cal.
And then most field goals made, I had to throw in the special teams.
Jason Hansen, maybe.
Zane Gonzalez.
Zane Gonzalez.
Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, totally. Ladies and gentlemen, you're so very random Pac-12 all-time leaders.
Although, not all of those were.
Royce Freeman's probably the baddest of the asses on there, don't you think?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, Delta O'Neal was awesome.
He was really good.
Eric Kendricks was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Royce Freeman, you talking about in college or going on to the NFL? Because Royce
college.
Yeah.
Like Luke Fall. I mean,
I know.
yeah.
I mean, if you're saying baddest, I'd say Bo Nix because technically he's on the list.
Yeah, he's
so.
going to win a Heisman.
Yeah.
Well, Royce Freeman, I think it's a little under. I don't know. He's maybe a little underappreciated by Duck fans.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, there was a lot of good Oregon backs that came through there. And Royce was always, I called him the LaMarcus Aldridge of football players because he was really good, but everyone always wanted like a little bit more. Kind of was a little easy to bring down at times. And just, I think the way he looked, everyone wanted Bo Jackson. And it wasn't Bo Jackson. It was really good. I just think people wanted, like, if you ask me, and I know the numbers were way better, but like I look at like Jonathan Stewart, and I thought Jonathan Stewart was a better back than Royce Freeman.
Well, he had some of that too, though. He had some of that criticism.
Yeah.
Early.
Yeah.
Being soft.
Yep.
I mean, he just ran like this week for a touchdown, like
Yeah,
70
he's
yards
still
for the Rams.
hanging around. He's not.
Wait,
who?
who?
Royce Freeman.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about Jonathan Stewart. I'm like, oh my God, what?
Get me off the show if that's what I'm going with.
But
Good
you look
Lord.
back, I
Hey,
mean,
get off the show.
some of those names are better. I honestly thought it was going to be full of the Luke Falks and Jake Brownings and people like that.
Well, Luke Falk was on there.
Yeah. And Jared, I don't remember what happened because, again, those USC receivers were phenomenal. Fat Mike Williams ate his way out of the league in Detroit. Smith had a productive career in the NFL, but was never, like, great. And Jarrett, who was an absolute beast, I don't remember what he did in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't think much. I'm looking at the USC all-time leaders.
Yeah.
Because they are a who's who
Oh,
receivers.
gosh, yeah.
Marquise Lee. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he's their all-time leading receiver.
Yeah, Mark, dude, he was a bad dude in college.
But Jarrett had more touchdowns in college. That's why he was the Pac-12 leader.
Well,
You had
they got
Juju Smith-Schuster,
Aguilar, and,
Steve Smith,
yeah, it's
Robert Woods,
USC just has
Mike Williams,
a freaking bevy of those. I would have bet,
Pittman, Keyshawn Johnson,
and this is
Amon-Ra.
yeah,
Dude,
it's
nuts.
It's wide receiver you. I would have bet you. Remember, I think he's the one that challenged the NFL draft rules and had to sit out a year. Mike Williams, I would have bet you that Mike Williams was going to go take the NFL by storm. Dude, that guy was so good at USC. He was big, fast, physical, like everything you could want in a lab to create a receiver, and then he got fat. He literally ate his way out of the NFL.
Well, he was the one, wasn't he the one that went to Detroit and Joey played with him?
Yeah.
Said he really liked him, but
Yeah.
he just
didn't
had
have
some
it.
demons.
Yep. Like Eddie Lacy did that too. It's amazing that you can eat your way out of the league. You just can't get in shape.
All right. It is time for In News, you guys. You guys ready for that?
I am.
You're making me uncomfortable.
Why?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I've got vague and generic local sports news
I love vegan.
coming up
Generic.
next.
Let's go.
It's 4:30. Here is Schulte.
This is Pac-12 Championship Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan, lots of changes atop the college football playoff in our latest rankings. Georgia still sitting at number 1, but Michigan, Washington, and Florida State all moving up one spot to numbers 2, 3, and 4. Oregon moving up one spot as well to number 5. Ohio State dropping all the way down to 6th after their loss to the Wolverines. Kerry Eggers reporting that the Oregon State Beavers will announce their plan to promote defensive coordinator Trent Bray to head coach at some point later today. Former Utah State head coach Matt Wells and former Wisconsin coach Paul Christ were also being considered. Yahoo Sports' Ross Dellinger says the Beavers, Cougars, and the Mountain West are close to finalizing their scheduling agreement for the 2024 season. Teams are going to play 7 conference games, as well as either Oregon State or Washington State. The deal can be extended to 2025. Some breaking news in the association this afternoon. Mavericks owner Mark Cuban in the process of selling a controlling stake in the team to the Adelson family. Cuban would still maintain operational control of the team if the deal does go through. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino brings you big games on big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Go deeper on the Trailblazers. The Rose Garden Report with host Sean Hyken. Download the Rose Garden Report on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
So what's your favorite thing about the holidays?
Back to our show. It's our show. Our being me and Sook.
Well, and don't forget Schultze in there
And
with
Schultze.
his backwards duck hat.
You're an idiot, Sue. Not quite my show. I'm here.
What's up, fellow kids?
What? It's because it looks better on me this way. It has nothing to do.
God, you get him so riled up. Just stop commenting.
It's so easy.
It looks like crap. It looks
Schultze-
like crap for
Schultze
you.
it's not a good
can't.
hat. Thank
Schultze
you.
can't help but take the bait. He hasn't learned yet.
Just stop dangling the bait out there.
It will never not be bitten.
He's
I'll
a
tell you
poor
that.
little fishy.
Yep, a sensitive,
help
poor
it.
little fish.
Wow.
It is November 28, 2023. It's time for In the News. I'm your Notre Newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. Today is turkey leftover day. Are you still eating leftovers at your house?
We didn't have turkey, so
I know, but are you still eating leftovers?
last night I think we
Polish them off?
I ate what we were gonna eat, and then my gal threw out the rest.
Yeah, see, I ate some today, leftovers, and I told my wife, I said, I can't do it anymore.
I had some shrimp fried rice last night, and I think after that she was like, "Dude, eat what you want because it's getting thrown away."
Yeah, we're probably at that time, right? What do we, 6 days?
Yeah, and I will say that look, I'm glad that everyone took leftovers, but boy, they took leftovers.
What do you mean?
A significant portion of leftovers, like we had a lot of food left over, and I was kind of looking, I was like, yeah, like leftovers for days.
Are you talking about the kids?
No, just the people that were over there eating. We had like a hodgepodge of people. And yeah, they, the food's good when everyone's loading up and taking it home. When I saw the all that we had left, I'm not going to lie, I was a little sad. I was like, oh man. It's like, what the hell?
Well, I love Thanksgiving leftovers, but you get to a place where it's just like, I can't do it anymore.
I can do a good turkey sandwich probably a couple of weeks after Thanksgiving, but after
Weeks?
that, yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, we're a week. I can throw
Damn,
another
dude.
turkey sandwich in for tonight, but now next week I'm starting to like, all right, give me something else.
We haven't had a Thanksgiving, we haven't done Thanksgiving in like 4 or 5 years. We do Asian stuff. So we get like spicy bulgogi, and you get some like
So you're
crispy-
a communist then, huh?
Is that communism?
That's right. Look it up.
Well, I mean, I guess if we're eating Chinese food, but
My great grandma's Italian. She always does yummy raviolis when we went over there for Thanksgiving. That was great.
we a number of years ago sat around and we're like, no one really likes
It's overrated.
Thanksgiving food, so why don't we do
Isn't it?
Korean barbecue, and it's way better.
It's overrated.
Yeah.
It is. Because if you look at the plate of food that you set in front of you on Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
there's no other time of the year where you're like, oh, that looks, I want that. You don't. You just do it because it's Thanksgiving and it's different.
Well, the first,
But it's not that great.
no, everyone that comes over is always a little, because I tell them like, hey, if you're coming over for moist turkey, you're going to be disappointed. And you can tell people are a little like hesitant, and then they get over there and they're like, oh, this is way better. I'm like, exactly. Have some more Japanese fried chicken and some egg rolls and shut up. It's delightful.
What I mean, that's the thing. Why can't you just? It's Thanksgiving, so you're at home in your house,
I'll
your
eat
party.
I'll eat whatever the hell I want to eat.
Exactly.
And I'm going to get wildly drunk anyway, so what does it matter?
I also think that I believe that stuffing is the only thing that transcends Thanksgiving
Stuffing
and should
is-
be eaten more.
Stuffing is fantastic.
Oh, my mom threw some sausage in the stuffing she
Oh,
made this year.
yes.
Yes, please. It was so good.
Let's go. It is also National French Toast Day.
Okay.
I have vague and generic local sports news.
Right up our alley.
I don't. Okay, I'll just read this to you. The Global Sports University Network will host its first summit at the University of Oregon in September of next year. The University of Oregon and 9 other universities from around the world are setting out to solve complex problems in the world of sports. Together, the universities are forming the Global Sport University Network to gather research and insight from sports industry experts, governing bodies, sports commissions, and students.
Did that come from like a Portland City Council member?
It just is so very generic. Like I don't understand. So it says the program aims to become a trusted and respected source of higher education knowledge, research, and policy advice in the world of sport.
What? Huh?
The vision is to bring. Let's keep going with the word
Please, because
The vision is to bring the world together through sport and to be a worldwide expert and source of knowledge and policy advice in sport.
What?
Shall I continue?
Sport in like rollerblading? Like what?
Sport, all sport.
What?
This sounds like an organization the mafia is using to launder money or something.
I would like a position at this company and to give my 2 cents, and I would like to be paid handsomely for my recommendations.
It's not a company, it's a global network.
How do I become part of this global network? Because I would like to be this is like when you get a job consulting. I got a buddy of mine that's on like 9 different boards, and he consults. I don't know what he does, but he makes a bunch of money consulting, and I feel like this is my first foray into that. I would like to consult with excellence in the field of excellence and sports.
All right, the schools are okay, so the network includes German Sport University Cologne.
Okay.
MIT.
Oh, I don't think I'm getting into MIT. Is like DeVry, was it DeVry Institute, or maybe like, was it the Phoenix College? Maybe ITT Tech.
University of Phoenix is what you're
Yeah,
thinking.
there you go.
Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. They're involved.
Those guys.
And you better watch out for them.
100%.
University of British Columbia, University of Cape Town in South Africa, University of Queensland in Australia, University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, and Waseda University in Tokyo.
Boy, I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting into any of those. I might be able to, like, maybe
I still don't understand. But
I don't either. But maybe the South Korean one, I got some kids living over there. Maybe they can pull some strings for me. I don't understand, but what is global sport?
This group of world-leading academics feel strongly that there is an opportunity to work with external partners to tackle some big challenges through the lens of sport. Were we getting anywhere yet?
know. Are we talking
To start, the network focuses on 4 themes, including injury prevention. There you go. There's a tangible.
Sure.
Okay.
That's the first thing that
We're 6 paragraphs down, and we're finally getting somewhere.
Made sense.
Physical and mental well-being of athletes, inclusivity, political. Oh, you don't like that? Are you against that? Are you?
I just love in everything now. We got some buzzwords. Got some buzzwords we got to throw out there.
Political and societal change, and the environmental impact of sport.
This
might
be,
and that's the end of it. I don't know.
This might be the biggest waste of time and money that I've ever heard of, and I would once again like to point out that I would like to be a part of this.
That's what they do on college campuses.
Yes.
You know, they
I would like
put together networks, and
Well, it's all about being inclusive.
they have summits.
My son tells me all the time that Central Washington is all about being inclusive. They've got signs up that say it's the most inclusive university in the state. They're very proud of it, though.
How do they even know that?
I don't know. I asked him that question. He told me don't worry about it. Just that they're inclusive.
I guess the demographics numbers would show that.
Does that mean him being inclusive? I don't know.
Yeah.
But just everywhere
Well, what else would it mean?
I don't know.
I
don't even know what that means in general. I just know when you walk around the campus, every other banner will tell you that it's the most inclusive school in the state.
I don't think it's just the enrollment numbers. I think it's any room you walk into, any space you walk into, any class you're in. You are safe. You're a human that is allowed to be there and be okay and not be accosted. I don't.
Yes.
Accosted?
Yes.
When
This is how they think.
When you check in for when
Damn libs.
when I took Eiserman there to do the orientation, you get a name tag. So I had my name tag on there, and then there was a like a table spread out with all the different stickers on there, so you could identify yourself in whatever way that you wanted. So you could put your ethnicity on there. You could put your pronouns on there. You had everything.
He, him.
Yeah, you could spruce up your badge with whatever you wanted. My son informed me that there was no big scary white guy badge, and he was upset because he didn't feel that I was being included.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're like Jim Irsay.
Yeah, where's mine?
It's hard being a rich white billionaire.
You missed that story. That's the best
Did you guys
story.
cover that?
Oh, we
Yeah.
covered the hell
That
out
was
of that.
hilarious.
That was in my notes.
It was
but
amazing.
I knew I could hand you the ball and you could take that and score with that one.
I like that she followed up with, "Do you know how this is going to be perceived? I don't give a damn." It's the
By the
facts.
way, I wanted to tell you I would to contribute to that segment late, but let's just do it anyway because there'll be no other time to do it. I have a really sad story to tell you. No, I don't think anybody knows this, but Phil Knight. and I'm close to a Phil Knight person.
Yes.
And he told me this story. This is true. Everything that guy's told me is right. Accurate. He went on his plane one time.
Mm-hmm.
They forgot the cranberry juice.
Oh my God.
Dude, he had to drink margarita. He had to drink martinis.
The struggle is real.
Instead of vodka crayons.
The struggle
Phil
is
Knight,
real.
who loves his vodka. I mean, if you don't think it's hard being a rich white billionaire, I don't know what to tell you.
It's ridiculous.
After that.
It is ridiculous. Man, won't someone think of the rich white billionaire?
That person, I guarantee you, got fired.
And Jim Irsay's like given his preseason interviews about Jonathan Taylor on a golf cart all pilled up. So yeah,
no,
hard life for him.
He wasn't drinking, nor was he pilled
right.
up. He couldn't walk because he was sitting down for too long.
That's right.
Thank you.
Been
Excuse
there.
me. Yeah. He's so sober.
He's so sober.
Scott Weiland sober.
Okay, would you like to set sail to Antarctica?
Actually, I that is one that
we've talked about
that is on my bucket
Those
list.
seas are rough out there.
Actually, ditto. I would also. I want to.
yeah?
I want to spend one night or 2 nights
Well,
at
hey.
McMurdo Station.
The next story, you guys will like it.
My friend has been there.
Perhaps you can join this summit.
Excursion, if you will.
They're having a summit
Is
about
it
sport.
I was going to say, is it involving the global, what have you, that group we just talked about? Is Singapore
a
involved?
consortium of global sport in Antarctica. It is 4:48 on the fan.
It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
When did you know this was going to happen?
I felt confident, and I'll be honest with you, but I did want to sleep on it one more night type thing. But in my mind, it's been a long time.
Oh. That is Jonathan Smith.
Yeah.
Who's just like every other coach. He wanted more money.
And he got it. And he's going to have more toys to play with. And he alluded to it, but he said it didn't play a major role. I still think the collapse of the Pac-12 was the biggest reason why he left.
System checks at 14 area locations, Battery Exchange with an X.com.
It's the Fan on Demand.
I'm going to give it to you. Give it to me.
Service Patriots brings you fan podcasts on pace for 2.5
explored regions of our world, of our Earth world planet.
Well, there's not a lot going on down there, and it's kind of tough to get to.
Yeah, the waters are choppy.
Yeah, that stretch, I forget what it is, but there's a sea. There's a current that runs through there that they say is the most treacherous body of water in the world. My buddy went there, and you don't even go like on cruise ships. There's big like freighters that take you, and he said it was unbelievable. Everyone was getting sick.
A Portland barge is set to help researchers study Antarctica. As longtime Portland ship manufacturer Gunderson Marine has secured a $43 million contract with the United States Army to design and build a barge for the National Science Foundation's U.S. Antarctic program.
Very cool.
It studies the ecosystem down there and its effects on the global climate. And it studies inclusion.
Inclusion of penguins, I'm guessing.
I'm just kidding. Along with the atmosphere and space.
Well, if things keep going this way, eventually we'll go down there and hang out. We'll make it a new land. It's all
Space Force.
It's all melting anyway, so let's go down there and warm it up. Let's make it happen.
On Monday, Oregon lawmakers applauded the contract, noting the project blends cutting-edge research with Portland's historic marine economy.
Always including us into it. Way to go, Portland.
Yeah.
Maybe put a couple homeless people down there on the barge,
Throw them in
a couple beggars,
Antarctica.
I don't know. Just throw them down there and see what happens. All about research.
Portable heaters.
Yeah, all about research. We dress them warm, get them some North Face, some Patagonia.
I mean, they're living in tents anyways on some of their little research outposts. So
send them out there, see what's up.
Well, that's pretty insensitive.
Why? Why is that insensitive?
Saying they're already living in tents would be something they're used to.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Well, we have these safe rest villages, and what do we always complain about? That no one wants them by where they live. Well, I got a solution to that. Combines two things. We have Bum Voyage to get you there, and then we just got to come up with a new catchy title for when you're in
What
Antarctica.
if we did something a little more subtle? Like we go down there with this operation.
Yeah.
And we start to plant drugs.
and just let it slip out that
70
all the fentanyl you want.
And then all of a sudden in their report, it comes back that, oh my God, Antarctica is like a wild land of fentanyl.
70s racist cop Isaac Rupp just
What?
checked in.
And then they just like we put then the barge
And
just
then-
docks down there, and then it's like, hey, anyone that
hey,
wants.
where's this barge going? Oh, well, we actually are going to Antarctica.
And
Have you heard it's like the home of wild fentanyl?
And just so you know, for the next 12 to 14 hours, no one's going to be managing this boat if anyone wanted to sneak on. And
We got a couple seats if you want to
then we set sail.
hop aboard.
Hey, I think we're onto something here. Look, we're getting creative to solve these issues, these complex issues.
And I don't appreciate being called racist, Schulte.
I'm not saying you're racist. I'm saying the statement that you made sounded like a very corrupt, racist 70s cop trying to plant drugs somewhere. It's just like, yeah, let's get him.
I mean, I'm trying to
You
think
think that only happened in the 70s? Come on.
No, I'm just trying to pick a decade. It sounded.
Go to Tennessee.
Yeah, it's still happening in the 2020s. Yeah, probably. On body cam, mind you. That is still happening. It's kind of stupid, but I digress.
So Schulte getting all political over there.
Yeah, it's like, no, I don't want to dive into that. Let's go back to sports and news, please.
You want generic sports news?
Or just generic news.
Hey, I have bridge news, and the only reason I bring this up is because I've always wanted a bridge to be renamed Bridget. What?
I've never once thought about that, but
Yeah.
it's like when someone names their bar the Bar.
Oh, I've never seen a bar called the Bar.
No?
No.
Yeah, they had that in the movie Gone Girl, and then shortly thereafter, like a bunch of bars started renaming themselves the Bar.
Well, they want to rename the Sabi Island Bridge.
To Bridget?
Well, I hope so. That's my idea.
What is it? Is it now just the Salvi Island Bridge?
Yeah, they're trying to. It's a Native American thing. They want to. Here we go with inclusion again, Jason. You got to scoff at this. These damn libs.
The natives actually do get forgotten about. Speaking for my own people, it's like, yeah, you know what? That
Wait,
actually
what?
is something.
You're Native American now?
Schulte's like 1/17
I'm
Native
an eighth.
American.
I am a card-carrying Native American, you jerk.
My wife's an eighth.
There you go.
There you go. Then Can name it.
She uses it when it's convenient.
I think
Confederated
I
Tribes
think
of Grand
Schultz.
Iran,
I think
baby.
Schultz does too.
Darn tootin'. I've been filling out on every application native blood since I was a kid.
Well, you get some, there's some things that come your way that,
No, very blessed. Absolutely. And
very
yes, if
blessed.
your tribe
They
is
cutting you checks?
incorporated- Yes, we get quarterly check.
How much?
That's coming. I don't know. It's
Schultz,
Spilled
you
beans.
do know. You just don't want to
no,
say.
it differs each year. It's not like the crazy. There's been some people that God, I remember this kid that got 30 grand every month because he was part of a tribe of 40 people in the New York State
well,
area.
but was he a direct,
Yes.
like he was, so
He was
you-
like
but-
half or a quarter.
But when you're 1/8,
Well, that's not even our bloodlines don't necessarily tell our people like what we're getting paid. It's just the same person or the same amount goes to each person.
Schultz,
is what
I'm
saying.
just I'm glad that your ancestors had to suffer through all the indignities of rape, murder, genocide, so that you can get a couple $100 and feel good about
It's
yourself.
like
Congratulations.
6 to 9 grand a year. It's more than a
Hey,
couple $100, but it's
nice.
not,
it's
Congratulations.
gambling money.
Congratulations, Schultz.
actually, yeah, no, it's
His people, I love that.
hey,
I don't have a people. No,
you do too.
Oh, you do too.
You do too. They're
Just
called
that no one likes 'em.
insurrectionists.
When I was growing up, I got dividend checks from Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like $3,000. But then I think by the time I was like 12 or 13, you had to live there for a certain period, and I didn't qualify, so I stopped getting
Because
those.
they just pay you to be there.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Well, I think they should name it Bridget.
Bridget the Bridge.
That's in the news. November 28th, 2023. The hot 5 at 5 is next. We have the college football playoff rankings, and Oregon State has football coach and some other Beaver and Cougar news when we return here on The Fan.
In order for small businesses to
will pass.
The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday. It's your Sports Bros, Rob and Sook. I'm Rob.
Sada.
And Big Sook's right over there.
Right here.
Dude.
Big show tomorrow. Want to tease ahead because we have another short week. It's very hard to be us because they just keep cutting our show short.
Yeah, we're not happy about it, but
and cutting it off.
nothing I can do.
We have been protesting all week.
Yeah.
With picket signs out in front of our building here.
Seahawks, well, I got a couple homeless people from across the street to come over and join our picket lines.
Yeah, it makes it look more...
Yeah, that guy out there in the Ford's not doing anything, and I think I bonded with the naked guy that was in our lot the other week. He's becoming a good buddy of mine. So, yeah, like, our lines are getting stronger. We're building some momentum here.
Alas, we have not made any headway yet.
No, that damn Martinez.
But Thursday, we got the Seahawks game in Dallas, and then Friday we have the Civil War game, or I mean the Pac-12 championship game.
The new Civil War, because
yeah,
Oregon and Washington will play at that'll be the new rivalry game around Thanksgiving, and by all accounts, it feels like this is for Washington certainly a win and you're in. Oregon, I think it's a win and you got a 95% chance of getting in, but I still think there's a chance that things could break and somehow Oregon might find themselves on the outside looking in.
So tomorrow we have to move everything up. So it's our second straight week where we'll just do 3 shows. So we're going to cram it all into Wednesday. Joey Harrington will be on at 5:30. Dan Lanning will be on at 4. And Hugh Offill from A will be on at 3:30.
Yeah.
So we're going to do it all tomorrow.
Action-packed, Pee-wee. Action-packed.
Coming up this hour, our college football chicken tendies. We'll get to this scheduling alliance that's about set for the Beavs and the Cougs.
Yeah, tomorrow the Beavs should have a schedule and a coach. We're just kind of waiting now. We're in limbo, but I think it was I saw Tim Ewis said that he's hearing that it won't be till tomorrow when anything becomes official. Don
Wakamatsu is back. Got to get to that story. And I do have one weekend left over that we didn't get to yesterday. If we have time, I have an absurdity segment, Dolphins Jets edition.
Oh, yeah. Well,
because something happened in that game. Did you watch that game?
Unfortunately, it was on.
Yeah, it was the Black Friday game.
It was the Black Friday game. So we went from the butt fumble to the Hail Mary. I'm not sure which one is more depressing,
dude,
but
it's...
For everyone asking why Zach Wilson wasn't benched earlier,
that's why.
Friday was the answer to that question.
That's right. Coming up tonight in the club, COVID my ass.
Reminded me that was that Neil McCoy song, Take a Knee, My Ass.
I've got more flight shenanigans and some other cool stuff there. So that's 6 to 7. Right now, though, let's get to the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
You know, I'm sad about how little golf news I've been corkscrewing into the Hot 5 at 5.
I couldn't tell you the last time we had a golf story.
I know. Well, we got one now, bitch.
What do we got?
Tiger Woods is back.
Oh, I saw that. He's rusty but pain-free.
Yeah, he says his ankle is pain-free, and so he is hinting at possibly playing on the PGA Tour once a month in 2024.
When I saw, too, that his little electronic league kind of went belly up.
Already?
Yeah, they're going to push it back. Some people bailed on it, and so they're not going to start next year.
By the way, I'm a huge golf guy. I have no interest in that whatsoever.
Well, apparently no one else does either, so they're going to try to launch it in 2025.
He turns 48 next month.
Also, if you want another piece of golf news.
Yeah, I do.
I saw that this morning there is an offer on the table for one John Rahm.
Yeah, that's been going on forever.
Did you see the number, though?
They keep saying the number keeps growing
exactly
to the point of like $8 billion or something.
$600 million.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's a lot.
They've been talking about him since last year.
That's a lot of milk.
Number 4.
Colts running back Jonathan Taylor could miss some time. He has a thumb injury. His little thumb is hurt. Ronnie Lott would have just cut it off.
Yeah, that was a pinky. You can't cut off a thumb.
Yes, you can. Cut it off. That's what Ronnie would have done.
I mean, JPP.
Back in my day, they were much tougher.
JPP got rid of his thumb.
Jack Youngblood played with a broken leg.
That's right. Sickness and injury was a choice.
According to Dan Lanning.
Where was I? Oh, Indianapolis. Hey, they're 6-5.
Yeah. Look, they're
surprising.
They're still hanging around. I mean, if you look at the number of teams that are 500 or even a game below that are all in playoff contention, Tom Brady was not wrong when he said that the NFL is just full of mediocrity right now.
Right now, it's always like that. It's like that every year.
Yeah, I think it's worse this year.
The Vikings finally activate wide receiver Justin Jefferson from injured reserve. And hey, Seahawks, a little fun Seahawks nugget. They are playing the Cowboys on Thursday. They're wearing their throwbacks. Did you see that?
Oh, they broke those out earlier this year, too.
Those blue ones?
I still contend I don't understand why
they're sweet.
They don't just go to them. The Eagles wore their throwbacks the other night. Looks way better. The Seahawks look way better. The Buccaneers, everyone's throwback looks better. Just make the throwback the regular uniform.
Oregon State and Washington State are close to finalizing a 2024 football schedule that includes an alliance with the Mountain West. Of course, we knew about this, but it looks like it's getting close to being announced. They will be independents, but each of the 12 Mountain West schools will play either the Beavers or the Cougs once, so they each get 6 games. In exchange, Oregon State and Washington State pay the Mountain West $14 million cold, hard cash.
Straight cash, homie.
And I am told that the Mountain West requested that in $100 bills in a brown bag.
And they've got the money. Regardless of how this lawsuit settles out, they're going to be left with $100+ million. So they've got the cash to do this. And then tomorrow the details should be fully released. But
wait, that's number 2.
Oh,
come on, man. Oh. Stepping on my hot 5 toes, bruh. The other thing in there was running back Damian Martinez says he is staying a Beaver. This is according to Andrew Nemec, our own. Due to his love of Corvallis. Okay, you can go with
and the Corvallis Club gave him a bunch of money a couple days ago. He got a big NIL deal, so feels like he's staying put. I was just going to mention that Oregon State, they got, Idaho State is on the schedule already from last year.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going with the Trent Bray thing.
No, I was just talking about, and then some of the rumored schools that
Idaho State.
Yeah, Idaho State was already on there. And
who else are they playing? Well, let's get to it next. We'll get that into chicken tendies. Okay?
Sure, there you go.
Didn't take long for the Beavs to find their man. Defensive coordinator Trent Bray is expected to take over for the departed Jonathan Smith. We're expecting to hear about that tomorrow. Chip Kelly will remain at UCLA. 34-34, his record there. Apparently, that's good enough for them.
Man, I think this boils down to they gave him a contract extension, and UCLA doesn't have any money. So
yeah, they're like, nah, you're fine.
You're fine.
San Diego State hiring Colorado OC Sean Lewis as their new head coach. And Arkansas is bringing back Bobby Petrino as offensive coordinator. You remember he was their head coach.
Neck brace and all.
But he got fired after the whole motorcycle thing.
Yeah.
Syracuse has hired their coach too. See, these searches don't take long now.
No, with the transfer portal and recruiting, the early signing period,
you got to get guys, and so they. So Syracuse went and replaced Dino Babers with Georgia defensive backs coach Fran Brown.
Yeah.
His name's Fran.
Well, look, you're Syracuse.
I feel like that puts him behind the 8 ball.
You know what puts you behind the 8 ball? You're being at Syracuse.
I bet you Dan Lanning knows him.
Yeah, we'll ask him.
I wonder if he talks with his helmet.
See what happens. I think we should ask him what Fran's all about.
Final college football playoff rankings are out before the... Wait. This isn't the final college football playoff. This is the final rankings before the final rankings.
There you go. It's
Oregon.
It's Christmas Eve of the rankings.
Yes. Oregon, as expected, is number 5. Georgia, Michigan, Washington, the top 3 in that order. Florida State stays number 4. Then after Oregon, it's Ohio State dropping to 6. Texas is 7. Bama 8. And then who cares about the rest? The Beavers drop to number 20.
Yeah, the top 8 are the only that matter. And if you're Ohio State, I think you got to be pretty pissed that you're sitting there behind Oregon. And I know Oregon looks the part, but Ohio State has a better resume. They have a better loss, and they don't get a chance to redeem themselves because the Big Ten went away, or the Big Ten sticking with divisions, unlike the Pac-12. So for once, just for once, the Big Ten and the mighty Ohio State did not get the benefit of the doubt. They got the Scroogey because they have every right to be pissed. They have a better resume than Oregon.
Yeah, they just played a couple years ago, and Oregon kicked their ass. So
that's what this boils down to.
I think that's what they're looking at.
Yeah, I just appreciate it. There's not many times that the Pac-12 gets the benefit of the doubt, but with Washington,
this year they are.
With Washington at 3 and Oregon at 5. Washington is a guarantee if they win, and Oregon is all but guaranteed if they win.
Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victoricos.com. Our college football chicken tendies. I do want to hear what, who may be on Oregon State's schedule.
Because they already have 3 games that were
non-con games,
that were already set, and then
6, but they don't know which. We'll get to it next.
We'll talk about it.
All right, it's 5:15 on the Fan.
The Blazers are a scrappy bunch. The Fan.
All right, time for our college football chicken tendies. Who is it? Was it the Washington quarterback, the Commanders guy? Is it Sam Hartman?
Sam Howell.
Sam Howell, sorry.
Hartman was the Wake Forest kid that transferred to Notre Dame.
Right. Don't they look kind of alike, though?
They
They both look like bastardized Baker Mayfields.
Well, it's weird when I can see where you're going with this. Whenever I look at Sam Howell, he is uncomfortably smooth to me. He looks like a bad male model. Like if Derek Zoolander had too much plastic surgery. He doesn't look like a football player.
Well, I
he,
think
he throws me for a loop.
They were on Thursday, they were playing on Thanksgiving, and I think they were on that game talking about how he only orders chicken tendies. Like he won't.
Yeah,
he refuses to eat burgers and steaks, and he loves tendies.
Well, I mean, who doesn't love chicken tendies? They are delightful.
Yes, but that's not. I mean,
you got dipping sauces.
Like that's your own. Like, dude, grow up. What are you, 6?
Look at him. He looks like
he looks like disheveled Baker Mayfield.
Yes, he's a frat boy, hence eating all the chicken tendies.
And then Hartman is at Notre Dame.
Yes,
and he's a handsome devil. He's got that luscious beard. And the hair.
Maybe that's what it is. The beard kind of, gets it, does it for you.
By the way, Damian Martinez, you were mentioning that he's staying in Corvallis.
Yes,
because he got a bag of cash. Well, there you go, Beeves. You're competing.
Yes.
Who says you can't compete? This is the game now, and you just stepped up and kept Damian Martinez.
Yes.
And what are we bitching about?
And it does help that Martinez seems to be wired a little differently. He loves Corvallis, and
but that's true of. There's going to be that on every team, and there's going to be kids that are just looking for. They're going to have their hand out, and
I will be very interested to see come December 4th what the Oregon State team looks like. And look, and this is the problem with being a developmental team, right? And this is where I cautioned Oregon State fan. This was a big opportunity for you because it seemed like everything kind of lined up, right? You brought back a lot. When you're a team like Oregon State, it's really hard to replace big time players. You have one of the best offensive lines in the country. That's not going to be the case next year. I love Damian Martinez. Damian Martinez is a hell of a back. But next year, when those guys are gone, it may not look the same. Like it's just hard to replenish that year after year after that. So with programs that build, there tends to be some ebb and flows, up and down.
Yeah, they lose a lot of guys.
And then
in general.
Yes,
and then
we'll see what the transfer portal looks like. So,
but you also dip into the transfer portal.
Yes,
and if you're a good recruiter and you're,
and you got some cash to throw around.
Trent Bray, well, of course,
cash.
But we're not talking about competing with like Texas A&M.
No, but
I'm just saying if you can get in there and convince some kids, hey, we've got a spot for you here.
Yeah.
You're not going to get all the 5 stars out of there, but. No. You can rebuild. See, that's the thing that's the other thing that I feel like is not talked about enough with the transfer portal. Yeah, it is imbalanced. There is no question. But college football has always been imbalanced. It's also an opportunity for the lesser schools to rebuild their rosters faster, and they actually may need that more than the bigger schools.
Yeah, but it's not you don't get the same.
Well, I know, but you've never gotten this. Again, it's no different than it used to be.
Oregon State and programs like this still have to. You got to grow and develop. You got to find your kids.
But there are kids in the transfer portal that you can grow and
certainly.
Develop.
Well, and DJ was a big get for them. Even though it didn't turn out the way that you wanted to, you were able to go out and get him, and that was a big deal. You hoped that was going to be the final piece, and you came up a little short.
So who are the Beavs going to sked?
Well,
next year?
So we know that there's going to be 6 Mountain West teams, right? And then
we don't know which ones.
We don't know which ones. And then there was 3 already non-conference games, but one of those is a Mountain West team. So we boot that off of there, you would assume, because Boise State was on their schedule next year. So I would assume that is already one of.
They hire a coach yet?
I
don't think they did.
No, I have not that I know of. They canned Avalos after they won. That was a couple weeks ago, and I haven't seen anyone be hired. So they got Idaho State, they got Boise State, which should be one of the 6 Mountain West games, and then you got Purdue, and that would leave you with what? 4.
Where's the Purdue game? Is it back in Corvallis?
Yeah, it's in Corvallis. That would leave you with 4 non-con games that you could go get. And the names that were floating around, and they just said these are potential, was Utah, Notre Dame, which would be...
Well, don't forget they're going to play Washington State.
Yes. Oh, there you go, Washington State. So I guess that would leave you with just 3. So some of the names that were out there were Cal, Notre Dame, Utah, And there was one other that I was missing there. Oh, Oregon.
Yeah, I like that Notre Dame idea.
Yeah. Well, I will say when BYU did this, and BYU didn't do it for like a year or two because they had to. They just there wasn't any place for them to play, but it wasn't forced upon them. They left of their own, I guess, will. Their schedule, with some time, you can put together a pretty good schedule.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it can kind of be a murderer's row for you.
It can be tough.
It can be tough.
But it's also interesting.
Yes.
It's good for the fan. Like, I mean, next year, let's say you have Oregon, Purdue,
Notre Dame,
Washington State. Oh, you want to add Notre Dame too?
Hell yeah, Notre Dame.
All right, so let's say you have a schedule that has Oregon, Purdue, Notre Dame, Idaho State, Washington State, Boise State, and then some other Mountain West. Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice schedule.
That's a pretty fun schedule.
Yes.
That's more fun than is that more fun than the schedule this year?
No.
Oregon, Notre Dame, play the Cougs anyway.
You play the Cougs anyway.
Boise State's always fun.
No, because the 6 games that you're getting against the Mountain, Boise State's not very good, dude. It's been
Well,
a
they went
long.
7-5,
It's been a
didn't they?
long time since Boise State was actually a real relevant program.
Air Force. What if you played Air Force and the
I will say
wishbone?
I will say be careful. I think some of the B fans are getting a little cocky that they're going to run roughshod over
Hell yeah.
over the Mountain West. Hey, careful with
Trent
that.
Bray going to that playoff.
Sorry, Rob. I'd rather watch Oregon State play Stanford 5 times.
Really?
Yes, than any. Like minus maybe Boise State, and that's
Yeah.
said they're not very good.
All right.
No, I would not want to watch any
Not
of these Mountain West
Fresno?
opponents.
Dude, my biggest
No.
regret is choosing to go play at BYU and not play in the Pac-12 because of that week-to-week thing. I love that BYU always scheduled aggressively, and we've got to play Notre Dame and Bama and Florida State, and we played Oregon and Washington and Arizona State and Cal. I love this. And BYU was a really good program, so I ended up going there. And then about 2 years in, actually about a year in, I was like, oh my God. Like, you were playing New Mexico and Wyoming. I'm like, what are we doing? Where was the transfer portal back then, damn it? I would have been gone.
But again, it's not just those schools. I mean, you have to have, like, those schools are good because it gives you a chance to win some games.
Yes.
The other, Notre Dame, Oregon, that's pretty good. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. But it also, like,
Cal,
there's gonna be some L's on that schedule. If you go independent, you go strong like that. And yeah,
let's get it. Trent Bray ain't afraid.
We will see what happens. I think the next 2 years for Oregon State and Washington State are going to be very, very interesting. But it feels like Oregon State doesn't feel like it. They have said that they, at least for the short term, they are going to operate as a Power 5 program. They are going to schedule aggressively. They are going to pay, and they're going to fund it. And we'll see how long that lasts.
So on this scheduling alliance now, they will not be Mountain West teams.
No,
they will basically just be independent. So they won't play in the championship game, Mountain West or anything like that.
No.
None of those games count against conference standings.
No.
How do they get in? So they have to get into the playoff by just being an at-large,
Yes.
just like rankings.
Yes.
Because they haven't really set out what their criteria is yet, have they? Isn't the college football playoff kind of still toying with?
It's toying. So it looks like it's going to go to 5, the 5 highest conference champs, which Oregon State and Washington State will not be eligible for.
Right.
If anyone's asking, the Pac-2 will not have an automatic berth. And so in theory, you'll get your Power 4. Their champion will get in, and then
The next top
so
champion from any of the other leagues.
So Mountain West, the American Athletic Conference.
But how do they decide which one?
That'll be the highest ranked
conference champ.
Conference champ. So
okay, so next year you're going to have the ACC, the Big 12, the Big 10, and the SEC champs.
Yes.
Going to the playoff automatically.
Yes.
Then you're going to have the highest ranked conference champion, not in those 4. So there's 5 spots. The other 7 spots are just going to be at large, and how are they going to choose those?
It'll just be the same thing by the rankings.
College football playoff rankings?
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, it's not, I don't know, that's not out of the realm of possibility. Oregon State jumps into the top. What? They're 20th this year. And they had kind of a crappy, I mean, it wasn't a crappy year, but it wasn't great.
Yeah.
They could make it. Look, if it was still 4, they have 0 chance.
Sure.
And I mean 0.
Yeah.
Well, 0.0001. Okay. But expanding to 12, they got a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
They do.
Yeah, you got a shot. It's not going to happen, but you got a shot.
Well, you got to be such a D.
It's called being realistic, and boy, just
Well, what if they
it's funny because it went from like beyond optimistic about this season to, oh my God, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to the program. And like 2 days later, people are like, well, book us in next year. All we got to be is in one of the top 12 teams. Throw us in.
Well, none of that is true. Those are all the extremes. Look, one of those things is true. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to the program.
Yes,
There's
one of the
no
worst things.
question.
It's one of the worst things to ever happen to a Division I team. Period.
It's not over. They're not sunk. It's just going to be different, and they're going to have to adapt. And as they always say, adapt or die. It's going to be harder, but it's always been hard.
I think it is going to be a very, very ugly year next year for Oregon State and Washington State.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I think they're going to the playoff. How about that? I'm penciling them in, bitch. And listen, here's the other thing. What if they just said, screw it, we're just going to play the easiest schedule ever, and we're going to go 12-0?
They still wouldn't get in.
Then we'll see. They probably wouldn't get in, but they could at least make it make it like a conversation because nobody's going to know what to do with them. You can be like, wait a minute, that's a power. They were a Power 5 last year, ranked as high as what? I think 10th maybe 11th in the college football playoff rankings.
I will be very interested to see with all the departures that you have, including a bulk of your O-line, which was the best thing you had going for you. I'll be interested to see what when we're done with the transfer portal, I will be very, very interested to see what this team looks like, because maybe the transfer portal isn't a murder scene for Oregon State and Washington State. I personally think it's going to be. I hope that's not the case, and I hope I'm wrong. And so let's revisit this in another month, and maybe I'll feel differently. But I think it's going to be a very, very rough year for these two schools.
Hashtag Beavs to the playoff.
I hope so. It'd be awesome. I was hoping for it this year as one kind of FU to everybody, and being the 2-pack next year, and one of those teams making the playoff.
Hey, what if they just played each other 12 times?
It's back and forth.
Who would win?
Oregon State.
Or I guess 9 times.
Although I said that this year, and Washington State beat them.
Or maybe just 8. They're like, whoa, we're not going to play them 9. That's ridiculous. We're only going to play them 8 times.
And I'll give Oregon State at least this. Oregon State seems to be making more of a commitment than Washington State is. So I think it's going to actually be worse for Washington State than it is for Oregon State. Oregon State seems to be pretty stubborn in this. We are not going to capitulate to this. Whereas Washington State, we got Dickert up there bitching and moaning about how they don't have any resources.
He's a baby.
We don't have any NIL. They're coming for my players.
You're not going to hear Trent Bray say that.
No, we got hiring freezes up there at Washington State. Meanwhile, I got Oregon State down here being like, hey, man, the university's committed to fund this thing like a Power 5 FU. So if you're talking futures, I'll take Oregon State's future all day. If anyone really should be like, holy hell, it's the boys up in Pullman. That doesn't seem very good. And we didn't play it, but Cam Ward was asked at the Apple Cup press conference.
Do we have it? We have that audio over there, Schulte? You awake over there?
I'm awake. Actually, it's on your page.
He doesn't.
Oh, nice.
So just, I want you to realize that this doesn't sound like a bad answer.
Okay.
Until you realize that the question was about next year.
Okay. So
and let's see if you can gather in his 1.5-minute response how many times he references anything about next year.
Just gotta take it on the chin, keep going, to be honest. I mean, a lot of us were blessed. Myself was blessed. We made it out of the game healthy. It's not easy to make it out of a football game healthy. So, I give all glory to God, and, I appreciate teammates, just what they've went through since when I first got here, the bond that I made with those guys, the coaching staff, in the locker room, we all just told how much we appreciated one another. I haven't been a part of a team like this. The connection that we have, the bonding that we have outside of football, we really don't care about what everyone has to say about us on the football field because we know what type of human beings that we are on that team. So, it's been a blessing for everybody for sure.
Yeah, that's a bye-bye.
Yeah, that sounds like somebody that's saying goodbye.
Yeah.
I wanted to follow it, be like, Cam, again, I just kind of ask you, can we talk about next year? Well, the bond we have, and I'm healthy, and we made it out of the game, and then, of course, Brock Heward said that there are 10 teams that have offered Cam $1 million to come be their quarterback. So
I have 5 of them. You want them?
Yeah, what do you got?
One of them is Washington.
Whoops.
One of them is Ohio State.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
That's interesting because McCord played better towards the end of the year. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but they're looking around.
I know, but if I'm Cam, I don't know if I want that because you may not win that job. Washington, that's your job.
Is Harrison going pro?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's out, right?
Oh, yeah. He'll be the number 3 overall pick because it'll be Williams, May 1, 2, and then Harrison Jr. will be 3.
Texas A&M.
Yeah, they're going to give you a lot of money.
Miami.
Okay.
He doesn't want to play for Mario.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play.
No.
Mario will ruin him.
That I bet you he one text and they'll be like, no, don't come here.
And Auburn.
But I think I'd take the A&M.
Really?
Yeah, that's so much money. they're going to give
how do you know it's more than... I mean, Ohio State can offer what A&M... Come on, man. You got to go to Ohio State.
I think you have a better chance of winning the job at A&M.
Cam Ward needs to go to either Ohio State or Washington.
So he's going to turn down... If Kook fan, he's going to turn down Ohio State, A&M, Auburn, and Miami to stay in Pullman.
Well, you know, if he doesn't go to any of those places, somebody got some cash.
They don't have that kind of cash up in Pullman.
No, I'm just saying, like, if he goes to, like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Comes out of nowhere, but Iowa comes over the top rope.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, you know, they got a new coordinator coming in, so maybe.
I don't know. Oregon needs a QB next year still.
See, I feel like Oregon. Okay, so
they're going to go and get a quarterback in the portal.
Here's the thing about Oregon. I feel like Oregon is at this level now where they can come in and probably get in the conversation on anyone.
Sure.
Right? Like if Cam Ward's like, oh, he's going Ohio State, Washington, or A&M, and he's sitting there, and Oregon hasn't talked to him at all. Oregon calls, Oregon's instantly right with those other 3.
100%.
And I feel like they can do that with any player in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
I don't know that every school is at that level. I would imagine there are some for, you know, obviously, you know, we all know who the big boys are, but
sure.
They come calling. It's like, ooh.
Well, and Oregon has.
But Oregon's one of those.
Oregon can offer you a lot and, on and off the field, right? They can offer you a bunch of cash. They can pay millions. A lot of branding opportunities there.
So you think that's true that they're at this level where they don't really even need to worry about they're just not going to be out recruited, right? Like you pick who you want. It doesn't mean you're going to get them all, but you can go after anyone. It used to be a time when there's kids that you're just like, you know what? I ain't getting that kid out of Georgia, or I ain't getting that kid out of New Orleans. He's got his eyes on X, Y, Z. Yeah. Oregon could go to anyone tomorrow.
Yes.
And say, hey, we're Oregon. Let's check out what we have to offer.
Yeah, there was a time I remember like they were supposedly in the running for like Terrell Pryor, who was the #1 quarterback in the country, but it was always kind of viewed as like, you throw him out there, I like him, but it's not a real thing. And I think they have the #6 recruiting class, 6 or 7 right now in the country, multiple 5-star kids. I mean, basically, everyone is a 4-star or above at this point, for Oregon, maybe some select 3-star kids. But it's essentially, I mean, when you're recruiting at a top 10 level, and they are, and especially if you find a way to get into the college football playoff and you have the Nike and the money and the resources and the facility.
That's a big thing.
Yes, they can compete with Bama, Georgia, Ohio State, all that. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, they can compete with them anyway. I just think they're near the top now for a lot of these kids that grew up being like Oregon. Like Oregon is
it's a cool
brand now has been flashy for long enough that these kids.
Yeah.
I mean, they freaking love Oregon.
Yeah,
like,
Tez and Justin Jacobs both wanted to come to Oregon specifically because of watching.
It's like a blue blood to the youngs.
There is a lot more kids, and this is crazy, but if you ask the kids coming out that are 19, 20 years old, and you ask them who they grew up or what was the cool program you wanted to play, it's not Notre Dame, it's not Nebraska, it's not Penn State, it's not Miami, it's not Florida State, it's Oregon.
Yep.
Oregon is cooler than those programs, and it's insane to think that when you look at the tradition at those places, but it's true.
All right, we got to run. More college football chicken tendies coming up next. The bad thing about maybe being at Oregon and right now is they might have to find a new OC every year.
Yeah, that's true.
And boy, Coach Prime's kids are bailing a little bit here.
Well, one of them's got a broken back.
Well, not his kids.
I know.
His
I was being sarcastic.
And yes, one of them does have a broken back. We will get to more college football chicken tendies next. But first, Schultze with Sports Center.
This is Pac-12 Championship Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Now, Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, lots of changes atop the college football playoff in the latest rankings. Georgia still sitting at number 1, but Michigan, Washington, and Florida State all moving up one spot to numbers 2, 3, and 4. Oregon up to number 5. Ohio State dropping all the way down to 6th after they lost to the Wolverines during rivalry week. Multiple reports stating that Oregon State is going to announce their plan to promote defensive coordinator Trent Bray to head coach. Former Utah State head coach Matt Wells and former Wisconsin coach Paul Chryst were also reportedly considered. Yahoo Sports' Ross Dellinger says the Beavers, Cougs, and the Mountain West are close to finalizing their scheduling agreement for 2024. Teams will play 7 conference games, as well as either Oregon State or Washington State. The deal can also be extended to 2025. The Washington Supreme Court has ruled to keep a temporary restraining order in place over the Pac-12. That prevents Oregon State and Washington State from being the only voting board members for the time being. And moving on to the association, big news there. Mavericks owner Mark Cuban in the process of selling a controlling stake in the team to the Adelson family. Cuban would still maintain operational control if the deal goes through. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino brings you big games on big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Brogdon drives it, turns, fades, fires, snags one in. Malcolm Brogdon giving the Blazers a lead of 4 with 5 and 5/10 seconds remaining.
That's Brogdon, actually, Malcolm Brogdon, your starting point guard. Scoot coming off the bench for the foreseeable future, though he looked all right last night. Putting a dagger in the Pacers last night is the Blazers actually picked up a win.
Fifth of the season.
Yeah, he had 24 points there for the Blazers. They beat Indiana 114-110, and he's leading the charge. And this report brought to you by Battery Exchange. System checks at 14 area locations. Battery Exchange with an X.com.
At Multnomah Medical Clinic, we use the most advanced form of acoustic wave therapy to treat neuropathy and joint pain by repairing tissue and increasing circulation. Here's what our patients have to say.
I'm Gary Herrera, owner of Big Kahuna's Barbecue and Catering in Portland, Oregon. And being a chef, I'm on my feet all day long. My knee started to take a toll. That's when I discovered Multnomah Medical. Just after a few treatments, I was running around the kitchen. Cooking is a passion of mine, and now I can keep doing what I love.
You now have a friend in the barbecue business. Matt's Barbecue on North Mississippi, behind Prost. Sourcing only the finest meats. Briskets so juicy they sparkle. Ribs that shine. Visit Matt's Barbecue at the Hinterlands or our new location inside Great Notion Brewery on Alberta and fall in love with our tacos. Fresh pressed flour tortillas stuffed with the same great barbecue. Breakfast tacos, too. The next time you're hungry, head down to Matt's Barbecue because you have a friend in the barbecue business.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like
year.
Yeah, they have another year like this. And then let's ask this question for Oregon. Like, we talk about this all the time. Like, the next guy he's not guaranteed to be another Bo Nix. Like, we see this all the time when programs like, oh man, we're rolling, nothing can stop us. And then you lose a really special quarterback and you're like, wait, what happened? So look, Oregon is going to be stacked next year. There's a lot coming back, but let's also look at this, and Oregon's going to lose a lot, including arguably the best player in the country. That's not just something that you replace. And you're going to the Big Ten when the schedule is going to be a real challenge. We saw the schedule already. That thing is a meat grinder. So
got to get a punter. Going to the Big Ten, got to recruit those punters.
Yeah, well, just steal Iowa's, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, it's also worth noting, too, offensive coordinators, or defense for that matter, when you got a really good quarterback like Bo Nix, it's pretty easy. You know that you've got all the weapons at your disposal. Look at Andy Avalos. He had Justin Herbert, just got fired from Boise State.
Well, I think that's what Sue's saying. But what I'm saying is as long as you continue to have success the way we think Dan Lanning will, you're going to lose coordinators every year. Yep. Or, you could lose coordinators every year.
Just the way it is.
It is just the way it is. But it's kind of been a weird coaching carousel. I was just going through all the jobs. Like, obviously, A&M was the biggest one. Mm-hmm. But Michigan State, Mississippi State, Syracuse, San Diego State, Houston. It's not been a major, coach carousel year. Yeah. And they're turning these they're flipping these real fast. Like the coaching carousel is pretty much over.
Yeah,
because everybody wants to get it done before the transfer portal opens on the 4th.
And you would think that if
it used to linger all the way through December.
Yeah, anyone that's going to get fired at this point has been fired.
And most of them have been hired. The one that is, because Mississippi State filled theirs, A&M filled theirs, Syracuse just hired the Georgia guy, Michigan State filled theirs, obviously.
Oregon State's got theirs filled with Bray.
Yeah, Boise State still needs a coach. San Diego State hired the Colorado guy, the offensive coordinator there. Houston is an interesting one. Coach Prime is being linked to Houston.
Really?
Yeah, because, he lives down there. And they just feel like they're in the Big 12 now. Mm-hmm. So same league as Colorado's going to. And it's just maybe a better fit because he lives down there and there's more kids down there. Because the people are starting to point to his recruiting class has fallen to 65th. He only has 9 kids in his next year's recruiting class.
And I think the 3 big ones that he had like a running back, a receiver, and a quarterback.
Yeah, they all decommitted.
Recently.
Yeah. So there's some talk that Houston may be looking to get Coach Prime out of Colorado and maybe could do it based on geography and kind of fit.
Wouldn't that be something? After all that in Colorado, and it absolutely fizzles after 3 weeks. Your kid, by the way, is Shadur, has a broken back. He suffered at some point this year because they refused to protect him, and he just got the living hell kicked out of him. Wouldn't that be a weird way that ends for Colorado? After all of that hype, the most watched regular season game in ESPN history, and it ends with him going to Houston?
Wouldn't that show you basically how he feels about the CU program?
100%. And again, I don't fault coaches for leaving to take better jobs, but if he does that,
that's a big blow to Boulder.
That's a coward. That's an absolute coward. And yes, that's basically saying that Colorado is worthless and just welcome to the bottom of college football forever.
Did you see what Eli Drinkwitz said about America's team?
No, I did not.
So he's the coach at Missouri.
Yeah.
Those ninnies out there at Missouri.
He actually had a really nice year.
Yeah, whatever. He said that they are America's team.
They are 9th, by the way.
So you remember Michigan said Jim Harbaugh.
Yes.
Called his team America's team.
Yeah.
Eli Drinkwitz is having none of that.
He's saying that Missouri?
Yep.
Why exactly is Missouri America's team?
I'm glad you asked.
Please.
He said, earlier in the week, this is his quote, I heard a coach talk about being America's team.
There would be Harbaugh.
I don't know about all that conversation. They've got so many different good things going for them. Some good, some maybe they stole illegally. Then he said, we are America's team. We are built on underdogs. America loves a team that beats the odds, beats the adversity, overcomes what the naysayers, critics, so-called experts think. That was Harbaugh said Drinkwitz continues. He says, we're a team built on young men with something to prove. We've got a Division II transfer running back who's leading the SEC in rushing. We got a bunch of fighters. We're the story that people should be really proud to be behind.
Right up to the point that he leaves to take a better job.
I'm just proud to coach this football team, and it ain't about me. It's really about this brotherhood. Those guys coming together, those coaches, and they're coaching their butts off for each other.
Right until someone else offers me a better job and I leave and take it. I do think that back is up for I think he was one of the finalists for the Doak Walker. They released the 3 finalists for all the awards. And I think the only ones in the Pacific Northwest were Knicks, and I think that's it. I don't think Martinez, I got to look it up. I don't think Martinez made the 3 finalists. Franklin didn't. Adunze did. That might have been the hardest one because it was Marvis Harrison Jr., Adunze, and Neighbors, the kid out of LSU who's probably having the best year of any receiver in the country.
Well, anyway, somehow Drinkwitz thinks they're America's team.
Can I also point out that America's team is never underdogs. It's always like the Yankees or the Cowboys or like the Steelers.
Did you not hear what Eli Drinkwitz just said?
When's the last time America's team was an underdog? Don't we in America root for like kind of the big boys? Because anytime we get one of the underdogs that gets into a Super Bowl or gets into the World Series, no one watches, and then we bitch and complain because it's a team that no one cares about. Like, we had 2 great underdog stories in the World Series, and all anyone said was how dumb it was, and we have to change the rules so that, like, the Braves and teams like that can find a way to get into the World Series.
Yeah, so crappy teams can't beat them in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, so I'm not really certain why, if he's going with America's team, it's probably Georgia would be America's team because all they do is win. And we as America love winners. Patton said that. We love winners. We always will love winners because we won't tolerate losers. So who's more American? Old Dinkowitz there or Patton?
Excuse me, it's Drinkwitz?
Yeah, Dinkowitz. Yeah. I'm going with Patton.
Jim Harbaugh all day. All right.
I can't stand that guy.
Next segment, I don't even know. We're running so far behind. We'll get to something. It'll be pretty cool, though. 5:53 on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Still won every single game, and maybe he hasn't had some of the stats that he's had earlier in the season, but he's obviously a really talented quarterback, a really good quarterback. So, it's late in the season. Everybody gets a little bit banged up. But to me, he's still playing really elite football.
Dan Landing on Michael Penix.
Have you seen the clip of him putting his head in the electric shed again?
We talked about that yesterday.
No, but against Oregon. There's new info.
That's his thing.
Well, there's a rumor flying around out there.
Why does he put his head in there? Is there a line of blow in there?
No, but there might be an inhaler painkiller thing happening in there.
Oh, okay.
There's a good video of it. Someone sent it to me. It's interesting. It's not definitive, but it certainly looks suspect.
So wait, they just blow painkiller up his nose?
We can talk about it. It's a
down
whole
his
thing.
esophagus?
Yeah.
Cool. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Down goes Danny.
No Danny Meringue. Officially, let's label him as day-to-day.
Well, I'm really digging, ahead of the Oregon-Washington game, I'm really digging this Michael Penix conspiracy video, the Zapruder film that we have here.
One of our listeners sent this to me, and I posted it and was like, "Hey, does anyone have any idea?" And I've been saying for weeks, I think Penix is hurt. I think Penix got seriously hurt against Oregon, whether it's a cracked rib, a sternum, cartilage, something. He's not right, and Washington will scream to high heaven that everything's fine. Remember, they said at Arizona State that he was sick.
Well, why would we believe them?
Exactly. And then they said after the Washington State game, the offensive coordinator said he wasn't feeling well again. Oh, so he just keeps getting sick? And so he put his head in the weird electronics box, if you will, kept it there. And then my man came over. No one touched him. My man came over, one of the staff guys, put the thing over his head, and then whisked him away into the locker room. And there's a photo of like his mom in there trying to help him through the tunnel with he's got his arm around her as well. And the clip is from the Oregon game in the fourth quarter. And he goes over, and this is after he got hit, where he took that shot to the ribs of the sternum. And he puts his head in that same electronic cart thing, and he's in there for a few seconds. They just happen to catch it, and then he turns, and you can see that he had something in his hand, and then he leaves it there, and it looks like kind of a big, long highlighter. It's just like this yellowish kind of, looks like a highlighter. And I was like, that's interesting. Like his head was in the same thing, bent over like that. And I was like, does anyone have any idea what that is? I have no idea. And a bunch of people said that there is, I got to figure what it was called. It was called like now I got to look it up. It's basically a painkiller inhaler that like people use for like search and rescue. And I guess you take a couple puffs on it, and for a brief time, it kind of numbs everything up.
All right, so what's wrong with that? Don't guys get shot up and given pills all the time?
Well,
Like, so what's the
it's
deal?
terrible for you. And look, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but the idea that he is healthy and nothing is wrong, and he's sticking his head.
Well, the only people that say that is it's pretty obvious that something's up with him.
Yes.
So, and we saw it change on the field in the Oregon game. That was very evident. So, I don't know. This doesn't seem like a mystery. Like he's obviously hurt. I mean, look at his stats.
Analgelizer or whatever. And you look these things up, and there's a bunch of different names for them. They were banned in the U.S. for a while, and then they came back. And I guess, like I said, they're like, for a brief moment, like you're not supposed to keep using them because it can cause some problems and can kind of make you a little loopy. But I guess talking to people, they work real well. They numb you up for a brief period of time. And I just think it's interesting that, that we're back to sticking our head inside of an electronics cabinet and then telling everyone that he's emotional and that everything is hunky-dory or that he's sick every week.
No, but you know how every team would cover for their guy in that regard, right?
But when it's been going on for this long, it seems an odd thing, especially if he's over there inhaling.
You don't think Oregon
painkillers.
would be all coy about this if it were Bo Nix? Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Of course.
And by the way, maybe it's smelling salts. Maybe I don't know what it is. But at this point, you cannot convince me that Penix is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
And I think they're in a lot of trouble.
All right. If you missed any of our show, the Service Patriots podcast is on demand. Service Patriots is your home comfort solution for all your heating and air conditioning needs. Check out the latest special offers for our listeners at servicepatriots.com/thefan.
The other one that Washington is now trying to put out there, because again, he was emotional and then he wasn't feeling well after the game. And now they're saying that he puts his head in there to communicate with the coaches so that no one can read his lips. Like,
yeah, baby.
The excuses are phenomenal that they just keep coming up.
Club 1080 is next on The Fan.
Leif's has been Portland's #1 choice
Where is the inclusion?
It's probably just a case of it was a huge player push for Mario Cristobal, right? When Oregon was in a situation where
Supposedly
Willie
that was
left.
one of the things that tipped the balance for him.
So I mean, if you're Scott Barnes, if you're trying to keep things as level-headed as possible in that building, yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to go to your players and most likely do what they want. So,
well,
I don't know if it's going to be the
I don't
best.
think you do whatever they want, but in this instance, it all makes sense. And if the players really like him,
it just makes it all
make it happen.
Yeah.
Plus, you don't have to pay him all that much.
No.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
What is his salary, you think?
2.
Really? That low?
2.5.
That's what Smith was at when he got hired. So yeah, that wouldn't be out of the realm.
A first-year coach that's only been a coordinator for
exactly
what, 2 years?
What's he making now? That's a hell of a pay raise.
As a coordinator, I bet you.
Trent Bray's wife's she's got to be happy.
Oh hell's yeah,
She's
baby!
like, yeah, baby.
Maybe I wonder if he played some hardball, tried to stick it to him.
Oh,
what?
Scared me there.
Not to his wife. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Wait, it's his wife. Of course, he wants to stick it to her. Or maybe not.
It's his wife. Maybe not. Come on.
Fair point.
It's his wife and mother of his children, for God's sakes.
I don't know. Is he married?
Actually, I don't think he is.
Oh.
I think he's a single guy.
Think he parties with Scott Frost?
I've heard that he's married to football. Thank you very much.
Oh, one of those guys.
Kind of like Gary Anderson was? But never mind. I'm not going to go down that road.
The Gare Bear was married.
Oh, Beavers, how about that?
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he was married.
Yeah,
Oh,
Gare Bear was
definitely.
married.
Oh,
He
wow.
just,
So,
you know,
even bigger jerk in
Definitely.
my head then. Okay.
like
Yes.
to, you know.
What are you saying?
Like to have some fun.
That guy was an animal.
Maybe a little too much fun from time to time. Wilcox isn't married.
Josh Wilcox? Yes, he is.
No.
That's
Justin.
my guy.
Justin.
Oh, he's still not married?
Justin isn't married. Chip wasn't married when he was here.
He's married now.
Well, he's married now, but Chip was a single. Every now and then it does happen. You get a single guy.
He was dating a staffer, though, at Oregon. Like, it was known that he was with somebody for quite a long time during his tenure.
Yeah, but when he came here, he wasn't.
Shut up.
Hence coming here and dating a staffer.
All right. What are we talking about here?
I don't. Well, we were talking.
club, baby.
We're talking about the Beavs, man.
Club, baby. Yeah, well, the Trent Bray thing is done.
Yes,
but we knew that.
Yeah. We'll wait for the, the official confirmation.
Did you see? I just was perusing TMZ because I like to do that.
I do that from time to time. TMZ it's got some juicy little nuggets in there.
Yeah. Then other times you scroll for hours and there's
it's
nothing.
pointless.
It's like, who's that? Who's that?
The one
what did that rapper do? And who is that?
The one I saw yesterday was T.I.'s kid getting choked out by T.I. because he was claiming to be from the streets.
All right.
Well, you know,
I
T.I.'s...
don't know who T.I. is.
T.I.?
He's a very successful rapper that has a lot of money.
Stacks on me, Patron on ice.
And
we
his
could
wife-
pop bottles all night. You could go wherever you like. That's T.I.
Yeah, I got nothing. Does he talk with his helmet?
He talks with his pads. So, and his wife is also famous and has a bunch of money. And he's got like a kid who is like 18. And I guess, I forget where they were at, but they were in a public place. And the kid was trying to claim that he's from the streets. And his dad was like, what the hell are you talking about? You grew up in a gated community. You're rich. And the kid wouldn't get off the whole idea that he's gangsta. And so his dad put him in a headlock. And then it turned physical. There was a confrontation.
So is that like the street equivalent of everybody's against us, like the athlete?
It's stolen valor.
Yeah.
Like it's like Tom Hanks's kid raps about this.
Yeah.
Like no one wants to be, everyone wants to be rich, but no one wants anyone to think that they were just given it to them. And so, like, it's not cool to be a rapper and be like
you make up narratives in your own head. It's like every athlete ever who's like, oh, everybody's been against me since day one, and chip on my shoulder, and I've overcome everything. And
you can't be Will
No, you
Smith's
haven't.
kid and then be like, man, I'm from the hood. No, you're not. He claimed, Will Smith's kid Jaden claimed that he owned one shirt. He's like, I don't know about you, I own one shirt. I'm like, really?
Well, I like that T.I. called him out on it.
Yeah, and then put him in a headlock.
So I was reading the top story was a sports story. Did you see Cubes is selling the Mavs
and keeping the team?
Well, he's selling his majority shares.
Yeah, but he gets to keep total control.
Yeah,
Put a little bit of Shark Tank deal there, right? Where he-
3.5
billion, And he bought it for like $250 million.
298 turned it into 3.5, and I guess the people that are buying it don't have any interest in running it. They don't like the NBA.
It's Adelson's wife, Sheldon Adelson.
He
The
just
Vegas. You remember him? He was the big Vegas mogul.
He just wants it, or they want it as
He's
a
dead.
they want it as an asset. So they just want to sit on it. So we've never seen anything like it. Cubit sells 3.5 bill and gets to keep operational control of the team and keeps a minority
And
stake.
apparently she wants to build a casino too. She wants to build him a new arena and a casino.
Yeah,
which is sweet.
dude, Mark Cuban. Yeah, so
And he's leaving Shark Tank too.
Well, some people think that he may be gearing up for a presidential run one of these days. Kind of clearing the deck a little bit.
The president can't be on Shark Tank? Is that
And
what you're
freeing
saying?
himself up a little bit and then making a run at it.
Wow, never did I think of the young owner yelling at referees when I was a kid would grow up to be running for president. That's. I mean, I never thought Donald Trump would, but I don't know. I feel like Mark Cuban's a little more out there. Not as a person, as a candidate.
By the way, if you ever want to, again, see the power of a billionaire, look at the Addison and his wife. It's a hell of a combo.
Yeah, just Trump has been saying he was going to run for president since like 87, 88. I'm saying, and nobody ever thought until Trump ran for president, well, Mark Cuban should run too. Like, it never would have expected that.
Yeah, now everyone, like, they want The Rock to run, or people want Obama's wife, or
I want
Oprah.
T.I. to run so I can finally
Actually, ditto.
figure out who he is.
Well, Cubes, I'll say this. Cuban, when he speaks, actually seems like a rational human being that isn't super polarizing on one side or the other, which is nice. Who would have thought a middle guy?
Oh, that's T.I. Okay.
Yeah.
I recognize that guy.
Yeah.
Although he kind of looks like Nick Cannon.
So you saying that all black rappers look alike?
Well, no, Nick Cannon's not a rapper, is he?
Yes, he is.
Well, he's like a host.
Nick Cannon does
Not a
everything.
rapper.
Yes, he is.
Maybe at some point he started off as like a host and an actor.
He just put out an album like a year ago.
Well, it's probably not that great.
Well, I don't think anything Nick Cannon does is great, but he's worth a lot of money.
Well, apparently
He looks
he's
like
really
somebody
good in the
else.
sack because he's got a lot of kids. So
Yeah, he's got like 8 or 9 kids by a bunch of different baby
no, like
mamas.
14. You're short selling him.
Am I? Like, yeah,
You're talking about the number of moms. He's got like 14 or 15 kids by at least 8 women, I believe.
Yeah, he spreads it out.
It's disgusting.
I think 12.
Okay,
it looks
12.
like here.
All right, there we go.
And he wears a turban. He's got 12 kids. I don't know how many baby mamas, but there's a lot. And he's worth like a ton of money. He's one of those sneaky dudes, like he owns everything. He's got his own production company. Like, he's one of those that you wouldn't think Nick Cannon is worth anything. But, dude, that dude is worth a butt ton of cash. And he probably needs it because I'm guessing his child support is ridiculous.
Don't have enough time in the day to spend with 12 kids.
Well, look, I'll say it right now. I think if you have 10 plus kids, I think it's child abuse. There's no way that you are an active parent with 12 kids. There's just no way. And have you ever met anyone that comes from that family? Like, the parents don't even raise the kids. The other older kids end up raising the younger kids. There's just no way. I had 3 kids, and I ignored like 2 of them at least 60% of the time. There's not a chance in hell. You have 10 kids.
So I've been listening to you. I promise.
No, you haven't, but go for it.
No, I have. You're saying that if you have over 10 kids, it's child abuse. I tend to agree. But also, while you were talking, I've just been racking my brain for literally 3 minutes as to who T.I. looks like, and I finally figured it out.
Oh, okay.
He looks like Carmelo Anthony.
Ooh. All right, now I got to do side by side. That may actually not be bad.
Dude, he looks like Melo.
No, I don't even have to look. I think I've already thought that, like in my
Yeah.
head, especially a younger Carmelo Anthony.
Yes, that looks like Melo.
No,
You throw some braids and a headband?
Yes.
I like where you're going with that.
Oh,
yeah.
It's almost creepy, actually.
Yeah,
That's
he's
pretty
like
good.
a lot.
Yeah, that's a solid one.
Maybe it is Melo.
Yeah, Melo incarnated as a rapper, too.
Carmelo Anthony's like 6'9".
Is T.I. a little guy?
I think he's like 5'10".
He's 5'7" here.
He's short dude.
Again, most celebrities, most rappers, they're very small.
All right, well, I don't know. There's some hot news for you.
I don't
Trent
know,
Bray, Mark
yeah.
Cuban, I don't know. COVID my ass. Sunday was the busiest day in the history of air travel. Did you know that?
I did see that.
We will get to some hot air travel talk coming up next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and
that lake with a 15-year-old.
Yikes.
Why did you bring that up?
You haven't seen that?
No, I have, but why did you bring that up?
Because we were talking about TMZ, and that was when I logged on to TMZ this morning, that's the first thing I saw was that the NBA investigating Josh Giddey for stooping a 15-year-old, which you can't do. Can't do it.
I like how the NBA's investigating that. Like, they send some basketball dork out to investigate underage.
Well, do you really need an investigation when the 15-year-old posts a photo with Josh Giddey that says, I just effed Josh Giddey?
Yeah, what's the investigation?
Yeah, what do? You just call her up and be like, hey, just want to make sure, hey, is your mom home?
Rob, it's actually not some basketball nerd, mind you. It's a former detective or former cop. They're usually very
Is that
imposing.
what it is?
Yeah, You get a good gig if you're a connected person.
I feel like you've been grilled by some league investigative people before.
Well, Schultz is down with the hip young
Speaks
crowd
from
with
experience.
his backwards hat.
Well,
He
they
knows
don't
what's up.
they don't always like what I have to say.
Boyd's ass!
Wait, what?
No, I'm kidding.
You
Of
know,
course, I've never
the high,
talked to
the high
anybody
school
like that.
girls don't like what you have to say, Schultz, when you're cruising.
Rob was talking
Zooming the
about
junior highs, are you?
No, he was talking about the NBA executives investigating things, saying I may have talked to one or two. No, I just read books. That's all.
So, let's get on track here.
Good luck with that.
This club is spiraling out of control.
Well, I'm not the one over there creeping on girls like Schultz is, for God's sakes. His wife leaves town to go to a bachelorette party, and next thing you know, Schultze's zooming the middle schools. Probably with Will Ortner, knowing those two.
Whoa.
It's getting very uncomfortable in here.
Oh, no.
It is gross. Schultze, you should be ashamed of yourself.
No, it's not the kid. No, guys, just it's the grandmas. Okay, that's
You're into the grandmas?
Y'all better hide your grandmas. That's
Really? What?
Schultze's out there breaking hips. Some belly to belly breaking hips.
I mean, I don't hate it. I'm just.
Yikes.
yes, sir. So where are we going? This is
I
awkward.
think Rob's trying to focus.
Nah, I was just reading the text line. Still reading the text line. The Transportation Security Administration, you know them as the TSA.
Oh, yes. I sleep the sleep of angels when I see the
Yeah.
mighty TSA.
They always give you so much confidence that everything's on the up and up. And
You go to like foreign countries and there's always like some soldier in fatigues and he's got like an M16. And then you go there and you see like stew. It's just-
morning. ID, please.
They never smile either.
Would you smile if you were working that job?
I
I'm
would.
sure as hell would. Your job every day is to sit there and check someone's ID and then run that thing through the scanner, which apparently they miss half the time anyways.
They announced that Sunday set an agency-wide record for the busiest air travel day ever on the planet.
Yeah,
in the history of Earth.
I thought that was kind of crazy.
2.9 million people were screened at airports across the U.S. on Sunday.
That can't. Do you think we were all bottled up from COVID?
Isn't that wild?
Now people are just.
Now, does that number seem a little low to you? 3 million?
That's a lot of people.
Well, I know, but
on one day,
I mean, we have
330 and change, but much of those
50
are
million.
so much of those are little snotty kids and.
Yeah.
I mean,
The
that's
underage kids.
Schultz is probably hanging out at airports. You need some help with that seatbelt, young lady?
You piece of garbage!
I am
Exactly.
34 years old. Thank you.
Yeah, that's creepy, Schultz. That's creepy.
My wife
Exactly. You're 34, exactly.
My wife is 2 years older than me. I am not trolling any of these schools. That's gross.
It's exactly what someone would say that's trolling schools.
Oh, that's very true.
I don't know, 2.9.
That seems low.
I never go anywhere for things. Like, you couldn't get me to fly for Thanksgiving.
Oh, I've flown
Why?
for Christmas. It's
Well, Christmas, yes, but Thanksgiving you only got a couple days. It's not.
It
like,
does seem like more people. I think more people fly for Christmas, don't they?
Well, I mean, they said this is the record, so less than 2.9 million people. I think a lot of that is driving. I mean, that is. I don't know, I just think that there.
Yeah.
I think there's less people traveling than you think.
Then I think that number's. I don't know. That number feels like if you were to make me guess that number, like,
Yeah.
oh, it's the busiest travel day ever. How many people flew in the United States? I would have said more than $3
Well,
million.
and I think it's stuff like normally we go places for Christmas, and I think this year we'll probably just drive up to Canada because the Japan trip was expensive, and so we were looking at going places. Dude, it's $1,200 to fly anywhere right now. I mean, anywhere. So I think there's a lot of people like again. I think it just cost in general. I think keeps a lot of people from traveling. You know, and so at Christmas you're buying presents for all your idiot family and kids and everybody, and so I just.
But it's still the highest ever.
Yeah.
So there was never a day where it was cheap enough that more people flew. It's just keeps going up.
Yeah. 2.9.
Doesn't matter the price.
I will say that I'm with you. If you would have asked me what was the busiest day in airline history, I would not have said 2.9.
I
would
would
have guessed
said like
something.
10 million or
I
something.
probably would have been in that range as well. Yeah, someone said we also spent $8 billion on Black Friday, but the economy. Yeah, they said Black Friday was really strong. So for everyone bitching about it, apparently we have no problem shelling out for expensive tickets and cheap-ass TVs. Schultze in there in his money bags and his underage coven, he got himself a Sanoy TV or whatever.
Cheap TV.
He was out there spending bucks.
It's what the young people are into. Cheap
I didn't
deals.
buy a single thing on Black Friday or Cyber Monday. Not a
didn't either.
single thing. That's a lie. I bought Christmas lights.
See? You're always thinking of something. There's always something you need on one of those 2
Well, I
days.
went and plugged in the Christmas lights, and like half of them didn't work.
Well, you know that there's a fuse in there, right?
Yeah, and so then like same thing. I started changing out some bulbs, and I literally was like, "F this." They're like $30 on Amazon, and I threw them all in the trash. I spent about 3 minutes changing out bulbs, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not doing this."
And that is why Black Friday had $8 billion of sales. There's so much stuff that we just, we could fix it. No, I don't. It's not worth my time. I'm just going to spend more money.
Well, I didn't have.
Merry Christmas, bitch.
I didn't even have replacement bulbs or fuses. What I was doing is I took a strand that had a bunch of dead lights on it, and I was picking the good ones off that strand and putting them on the ones that only had a few dead lights. And they weren't, it was a nightmare. And it was cold, and I was like, I am not doing this. Not when $30 solves my problem with brand new Christmas lights. So I am the proud owner now of brand new Christmas lights, courtesy of Amazon Cyber Monday. So I lied. I did get something.
Yeah, this person's right. Everyone who flies for Thanksgiving flies home on that Sunday. Other times it's spread out. That's probably true.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or it probably depends on when Christmas falls, you know.
I would avoid that Sunday specifically then. I'd like wait until
Oh,
the Tuesday.
shizzle.
But then you got to spend more time with your family, and then
And you don't want that.
Yeah, someone said it's called credit cards. True. And this bro said he Vancouver 4 text line. I looked at flights to Vegas for the Duck game. He's going $1,650 round trip.
To Vegas for Friday?
Yeah, for Friday.
Oh. See, don't they just jack? They know. I mean, isn't that like the dynamic pricing thing? Like they know there's a bunch of people that want to come down for
Well,
that, so they just jack up the rates.
I'm telling you, we were looking last minute at just like I just was playing around.
I'm gonna go get a flight right now. I'm gonna see what it.
I was looking at just playing around, like leaving like on the 23rd and coming back on the 30th. You know, just within a day or two. And I looked from Mexico to Puerto Rico to Jamaica, like, you know, out East Coast somewhere. And I'm telling you, man, like airfare right now is ridiculous. It's $1,000 to get anywhere right now. I mean, I guess maybe you can fly to Des Moines or something, but you know, go have one of those Hallmark Christmases in Iowa in a cornfield somewhere. But it is expensive right now to fly.
We can fly
Is it on
round trip.
Is it Spirit?
No, I just went to Alaska.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we can get there for $600. To Vegas. I don't know why that guy's saying. I mean, I guess it just depends on
where
when you want to go.
When you want to go.
But we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave tomorrow. Come back on Sunday, and $600. Maybe he just wants an in and out.
It's possible.
Let's try that.
By the way, $600 to Vegas is still
It's still a lot.
It's still
but,
expensive.
Yeah, it's not
That's a
cheap.
cost.
Let's go. When do you want to leave? Do you want to leave? Let's leave Thursday. Come back Saturday.
Yeah, you would leave. Well, yeah, Thursday, Saturday, Thursday, or Sunday. Get down there a day early for the game.
Let's do that. Yeah, $900,
Woo.
bruh. $900, bruh.
Yep.
So you guys got to play the miles game out there, because that's even when they jack the prices up. If you can find a decent flight, which you still can for the Vegas to PDX combination for like 40 to 50K, it's usually only 20, but that's a lot better than paying more money, right?
Except to get miles, you have to buy a bunch of stuff too. So
that is correct, but you can put it on a credit card and then pay it off. Americans are terrible at that.
The old credit card. Don't worry, I'll pay that one off. What are the average American? It's like, I want to say it's like 15, 20 G's in debt, paying off that minimum payment. You should have that credit card paid off never.
400 years, yeah.
Southwest Airlines. I'm just comparing here. Want to get away? $485. So,
That's the want to get away fare? Wow. Is that round trip?
Oh, no, sorry. Those are unavailable. That's anytime fare. Round trip, yeah.
I think we've crossed $1 trillion in credit card debt, by the way.
Is that all?
And that's just Americans. We owe $1 trillion. Whoever came up with the idea of the credit card, that's the greatest idea in the history of... I was like, hey, I'm just going to give you this little card, and I give you the money, and you pay me back when you got it.
Wait, sorry, Southwest, it's double that. That's just one way, so he was right. So $485 both ways.
Yeah, so $900.
We got one getaway fare, $383, but yeah, so it's going to cost you.
Yep.
Get down there.
Average household, by the way, credit card debt, around 11 G's.
Yeah.
But don't worry, Schultz, you just keep charging those miles.
Yep.
Well,
we'll be able to fly first class, but
what
we'll
he's
be in debt
talking
up to our
about,
eyeballs.
we do this in our house.
It's
too.
paid off.
Yeah, you're spending, you have monthly expenses.
Yes.
Whatever they are. So just put them on your credit card. If you have the discipline to do that, put it on your credit card and then pay your credit card off every month, no interest, and you get all the points.
Yep.
Yeah,
you just have to have the discipline at the end of the month to be able to pay.
Well, don't add the frivolous purchases. Rob, you're really on it when you're saying your repeated stuff. A lot of times
just your monthlies.
Well, like rent now is even most of the times payable by credit card. I think people are crazy if they don't at least get, it's like a couple thousand free points every month, if not more. Just pay that right off.
Well, I like to deal like all my hookers and blow.
Put those on the credit card.
It's strictly cash. So
I use the Amex at the strip club.
You don't get points for your...
No.
Do they have like a punch card, like buy 5, get 1 free?
Straight cash, homie. Straight cash, unfortunately.
Strip club gave me Amex points. I think double. So I got 2 per $1.
At the strip club?
Yes. It was
Damn.
awesome.
Amex is great. I will go to my grave saying that is the best credit card you can
Ditto.
get. They're fantastic.
Rob and I are both Amex boys. We figured that out.
Been a member there for years and years and years. My wife's always like, well, let's get this one. It's got these points. I'm like, do you understand what we have with American Express?
It's like royalty.
It really is.
You feel like a kinship there. You feel very strongly
They're great.
about this.
They're just great.
Anywhere in the world, Suk, if you've got an American Express, sometimes gold, but if you got a platinum, you're good. But sometimes gold. But you will be taken care of at any
their
cost.
Customer service, you call them, they're right on the horn, 24. Like, they're great. They really are.
Never had an American Express card in my life.
All the travel protections, the lounge access. I sound like a salesman, but it's
the
because...
hookers. Oh.
The blow, yeah. No, I've enjoyed a lot of the benefits of the credit cards that they offer. So you're missing out, Suk.
Great company.
Most credit cards have this exact same thing.
No. Actually, I was telling Rob this. American Express has about the 10th of the number of customers that Visa and MasterCard do. It's because they're a more exclusive brand.
Yeah, they only take cool guys. Apparently, you're not in the club, bitch.
Nope. Chase Sapphire Reserve.
That's a good one, too.
I hear that's a good card. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't stoop to those lows.
No.
Not even on my lowest day.
No, I'm waiting till I can get that black card.
The black Amex.
Then and only then will I be switching over. I've only seen one of those in my life.
Could you mix in a black?
I'm trying.
I'm not focused tonight.
No, not at all. But that's okay. It happens.
You know what? It is okay. I've got more flight shenanigans. Did you see the guy who jumped out of the emergency exit?
No.
Yeah.
Mid-flight?
Oh, yeah, 30,000 feet. It was the damnest thing. No, not mid-flight. He was on the tarmac.
Oh. Because I did see a story, I guess it happened in the 80s, a plane going to Hawaii. I just read this today. That was like the anniversary of it. A plane going to Hawaii, the top of it ripped off.
Yes.
And everyone lived but the poor stewardess.
Yeah, she got sucked
She
right
wasn't
out.
strapped in.
No, she was helping someone else because of the turbulence. So she was up trying to help someone else with the seatbelt, and the top came off. And the son of a gun sullied it and landed, and everyone was fine. A little worse for the wear, considering that they didn't
Really?
have a top to the plane.
How quickly do you die if you're that stewardess or the flight attendant?
I don't know.
Like, are you just
You might just
are you
be
flailing through the air like going?
Well, my guess is you pass out from the lack of oxygen, probably. So maybe I don't know. That's
Well, the others didn't.
yeah, but they were I don't know. They were descending. I don't know how that works.
Well, maybe they did.
It didn't say. It just said that because they had the photo of the airplane on the ground, and let's just say it was an interesting look on people's faces.
Yep, Aloha Airlines Flight 243.
Yeah, you could see like the look on everyone's faces, and everyone's hair was all disheveled. I mean, you want to talk about the white knuckle of all white knuckling? You're sitting there on your airplane, and like they're like, it comes over and it's like, take your seat. We're experiencing some turbulence, and all of a sudden there's no roof on your plane. Like what?
Checking that belt, you accidentally unhook it.
Oh gosh, you ever do that? Like where you tighten that thing down extra because you think that's gonna help? You get some really bad cherries. So let me just go ahead and cut off all my blood right now.
I do
pull
that.
this thing extra
I
tight.
don't know why.
Well, for that, in case the damn top comes off.
All right, we'll get to that next. First, Schulte.
This is Pac-12 Championship Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Redtail Golf Center's annual store-wide holiday sale now through December 24th. Details at golfredtail.com. First on the Fan, the Oregon State Beavers have officially announced they are promoting defensive coordinator Trent Bray to be their next head coach. Former Utah State head coach Matt Wells and former Wisconsin head coach Paul Chryst were also considered. Lots of changes atop the college football playoff today in the latest rankings. Georgia still at number 1, but Michigan, Washington, and Florida State all moving up one spot at numbers 2, 3, and 4. Oregon also up one spot to number 5. Ohio State dropping all the way down to 6th after their loss to the Wolverines. Yahoo Sports' Ross Dellinger says the Beavers, Cougars, and Mountain West are close to finalizing their scheduling agreement for the 2024 season. Teams are going to play 7 conference games as well as either Oregon State or Washington State. The deal can also be extended to 2025. And in the association, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban is in the process of selling a controlling stake in the Dallas Mavericks to the Adelson family. Cuban would still maintain operational control of the team if the deal goes through. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino brings you big games on big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
One number does it all for contests and texting your favorite
I'm going to tell you this right now, cult leaders. If you're thinking about getting a cult and you want to be documentary worthy, you better bring your A game.
Step up your game.
Because there's a lot of good competition out there right now. You can't just have some weird religious cult. You got to do like at least the Heaven's Gate people. They're cutting off genitals. They're committing suicide.
Yeah.
They're out the matching Nikes.
Who was the guy that the last couple years there was a big one on this guy, a couple of them, and it started trending. My wife and I got into it. He was the guy who played volleyball and.
Oh yeah.
Who was that?
Yeah, the sex cult guy. See, that guy was interesting.
You thought that was interesting?
I thought that was
borderline.
I thought it was better than. Again, he was controlling people with midnight games of volleyball and sex. Like at least that's something. It's better than your normal rigmarole out there. I need the Heaven's Gate people. Now that's one worth watching because those crazy sons of bitches. That was good. Or be rooted in like real life people that you know, like the Scientology one, Going Clear. Also fascinating because we all know Scientologists.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on the Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford text line.
Plenty of time to talk sports today.
One number does it all. 503-8646-FAN. For contests and text in your favorite fan hosts about today's hot topic.
Got a couple different
Well, he'd kill me because
kill
that's
to get
my
a
job.
kill to get a job, kill for spiteful purposes.
There's
I got
categories
plans.
of murder.
Schulte's got a dark side. His wife's getting
don't know who I'd
wakamatsu'd. I mean,
Who would I kill at the fan? If I could just kill one person at the fan?
you just mush the button and away they go. It's a tough call.
That is a tough call.
A lot of people you hate.
That's not true at all.
Fan Man's had it too good for too long.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill Dusty.
That guy. Because he's going to be
F
like, oh,
that
I'm
guy.
safe. No one wants to
I'm
kill
so
me.
great. Look at me.
Yeah,
Whoa.
no one would kill me. Yeah,
I
that's
do
what you think.
sidelines. Yeah, well, you suck. You're dead. We're back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Colder weather is here, and so is cold and flu season. That means it's the perfect time to bring your